program, we would like to inform you about the general rules during the conference for the virtual participants. Ensure your computer sound or volume control is at an appropriate level. You may not hear the conference if it is disabled or turned down. Use a headset or earbud if available to reduce external noise. Identify your Zoom account with your actual name. Use the 12th BEMSS Zoom virtual background. The committee will also type the link in the Zoom chat box because later we will have the group photo and documentation. Stay seated and stay present. Do dress appropriately. Be aware of your surroundings. Do not interrupt other speakers. Do not make distracting sounds or movement. And then next, to fill the attendance and later the feedback form, and the committee will type in the Zoom chat box to be eligible for the e-certificate. And then respect. The key to a successful virtual international conference is to remember that you are in a meeting. Give your full attention to the participants as you would if you were in the same room. Don't be distracted by another task so that you can be prepared to be actively involved in the session. So once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for us on behalf of the 12th International Conference on Business, Economy, Management, and Social Studies Towards Sustainable Economy, or the BEMSS. My name is Vina, to be standing here as a Master of Ceremony in this international conference, and welcome to each and every one of you for being here with us today. So before we are going to the main programs, let me read out the structure of our agenda or the conference program of the 12th International Conference on Business, Economy, Management, and Social Studies Towards Sustainable Economy, or the 12th BEMSS. After this, we will have the welcome remarks and global research ecosystem introduction, the keynote speaker session, and then continued by the virtual academic presentation session 1. And then after the lunch break, we will have the second session of the presentation session. And after that, we will have the awarding ceremony and the closing speech. As an additional information, at the awarding ceremony, we will announce the award for the best presentation, best paper, and the session chair recognition. So we recommend all the participants to stay until the end of the conference today. So now, without further ado, let's open our agenda. So it is an honor to me to inform you that among us here we have Her Excellency, the Conference Chair of the 12th BEMSS and the founder, also as the Chief Executive Officer of the Research Study Foundation, Associate Professor Dr. Hendrati Dwi Mulyaningsih. Good morning. And Her Excellency, the founder and Chief Operation Officer of Research Strategy Foundation, Mrs. Santi Rahmawati. And Your Excellency, the keynote speaker of today, Dr. Sadam Hazaya from Arab Open University, Saudi Arabia. Your Excellency, the session chairs, Dr. Nur Azima Binti Ahmad from Management and Science University, Malaysia, and Dr. Ming Yuhu from Liaoning University of International Business and Economics, China. And Your Excellency, distinguished guests, delegates, faculty members, and all participants of the 12th BEMSS, ladies and gentlemen. So once again, good morning and welcome to the 12th International Conference on Business, Economy, Management, and Social Studies Towards Sustainable Economy, or the 12th BEMSS, which is organized by the Research Technology Foundation, supported by Research in the System, Behaviour Track, Research in the Institute, Research in the Press, Global Research Ecosystem, and F1000 Research. The virtual international conference held on May 21, 2026 through Zoom platform and streaming live on YouTube. The conference theme for the 12th BMSS is Bridging Local Action and Global Impact for a Sustainable Economy. We are welcoming all participants in the 12th BMSS coming from over 15 countries around the globe and background to have discussion and networking on the conference. And then next, today's 12th BMSS is also supported by the keynote speaker, session chair, scientific reviewer, and presenters from well-known and recognized higher education institutions and organizations. We welcome all the strategic partners from the members of Research Synergy Foundation Global Research Ecosystem Network to the 12th BMSS. We also welcome all participants, scholars, researchers, and practitioners from various countries such as Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, Malaysia, Taiwan, Iran, Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, Philippines, Oman, China, Cambodia, Sri Lanka, Vietnam, Thailand, and many more. We believe that at the 12th BMSS, you will gain a lot of insight through the knowledge obtained from the multidisciplinary fields of studies, and this will lead to fruitful future collaboration and research opportunities. We are sure that the discussion at this international conference today will be a lively and interesting one. So therefore, we will provide all the participants and attendees to discuss further about the research presented in this 12th BMSS in our Global Research Ecosystem Community platform. Yeah, so this is regarding the material of the conference. The virtual background, conference program, and abstract book can be accessed in this link shown on the screen. So you can also scan the QR code shown on the screen to get the abstract book, the conference program, and also the virtual background. And then next, for the Q&A and the e-certificate, the Q&A can only be asked via Zoom chat box when or after the speakers have finished delivering their speech. The moderator will arrange as time available. Please write your name, affiliation, questions, and the speaker's name that should answer. The e-certificate for the attendee or the audience will be provided for participants only registered in the Global Research Ecosystem platform and actively involved in asking questions or giving feedback in the session. And then next information is about how to claim and get the e-certificate for the 12th BMSS for the attendee. So first, please sign up or log in to our Global Research Ecosystem to participate in the conference, and then click to the events menu and change the status into going for the 12th BMSS. The committee will only send the e-certificate to the participants who confirm on going to the event. So do not forget to get your e-certificate through the community platform. And then next, once again, please fill out the registration or the attendance form as can be seen on the screen, and please follow the instruction in the form to get your e-certificate. And then for the video and audio, all online participants are required to mute their audio. The host has every right to mute any participant's audio and remove who are deemed disruptive without warning. So moving on to our next agenda, we would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Hendrati Dwi Mulyaningsih as the conference chair of the 12th BMSS and also the Chief Executive Officer of the Research Synergy Foundation to give the introduction to the global research ecosystem. So, but before that, allow me to read her profile first. Associate Professor Dr. Hendrati Dwi Mulyaningsih has shown great commitment on creating global network and research ecosystem, which has been developing since 2017 up to the present, and having increasing number of the members up to more than 35,000 from all around the globe. Thus, her work in this area has made her as the nominee of the Impactful Leadership Awards from Tallberg Foundation, Sweden 2024. As a lecturer, she has been working in the university since 2008, at present in Indonesia as an associate professor, and she holds her doctoral science of management, graduated from School of Business and Management, Institute of Technology Bandung, or SBM and her research expertise are in social entrepreneurship, social innovation, and knowledge management. In addition, she had published books chapters, research papers, and contemporary scientific articles in Springer, Emerald, Taylor and Francis, and in many reputable international publishers and journals. And as a researcher, her work studies and research on this research field made her be invited as a reviewer in many reputable Scopus and WS Index journal, and as a keynote speaker in many international conferences in Philippines, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, Australia, Japan, and the US. The terrific association between her professional experiences as a researcher, lecturer, and the certified trainer and coach, combined with her wider horizon on the networking in the research area, made her establish the strong commitment on having global learning platform to accelerate knowledge through many workshops and research coaching in Research Synergy Institute as one of RSF support system. So good morning, Dr. Hendrati. So please welcome. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Vina, for your brief introductions, and then very good morning to everyone here. I would like to share regarding with Research Synergy Foundation journey in how we embracing all the scholars in our global research ecosystem. Okay. Yeah, it's already in the screen, Ms. Vina.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Very good morning, everyone, and thank you so much to all of the participants, and also especially for our keynote speaker, Dr. Sadam Hassaya from Arab Open University, Saudi Arabia. And in here also, I also see Dr. Ming Yu Ho. Thank you so much for being with us today as our session chairs, and also Dr. Nur Azima Binti Ahmad. Thank you so much, Miss, for being us here today. And then we do hope that we can extend many collaboration in the future through a lot of programs. Okay, so this is regarding with the report and progress of our conference, BEMSS International Conference on Business Economic Management and Social Studies towards Sustainable Economy. We already conducted in our 12 BEMSS, and in last 2 years we are already conducted with 10 BEMSS with the two keynote speakers, and that is already supported by 3 session chairs, and are already affiliated with more than 66 institutions, and also come from the diversity countries, more than 10 countries. And then for the 11 BEMS, it already conducted with 1 keynote speakers, and then it is supported by 1 session chair, and it is also the diversity of the participant is with the 13 countries, and also affiliate with more than 50 institutions. And now for these 12 BEMS, it is already participated by 100 of participants, and it is come from our networks, and also come from our new participants or new attendee that already participated and also registered in our system. And then it is supported by our one keynote speakers, and then 2 session chairs, and 22 reviewer that already supported this conference. And then it is also mentioning in our brief introduction, it is also come from more than 15 countries, and the supporting institution that also support this conference is more than 60. So thank you so much to all of the scientific community that already supported this conference. And then before that, I would like to introduce regarding with our foundations. Research Synergy Foundation is our digital social enterprise platform actually, and then we are focusing in how we develop and also embracing all the researchers that come from the academicians, government, and industry, and also from the society. And then we made a collaborative network among all of us here, since our members is not come from the academicians, but we have more than 45 scholars that come from many countries and many sector actually. And it is a huge number of the opportunity to be seen to all of us here, that our conference is not just only conference, but also a grand networking that we can also make a lot of program in the future as an extended programs after we are having this conference. For example, if you would like to make any further discussion to our participant or to our session chair or to our keynote speaker, we are open for that, and we can provide into another programs. And then we have various programs actually, and it is already supported by our 5 support system. And this is the 5 support system in Research Synergy Foundation that created global research ecosystem since 2017, and then it already embracing more than 45,000 members. For example, this conference mainly supported by our main support system is called Scholarvein. This Scholarvein already conduct more than 200 conference since 2017 and already participated by more than 20,000 members that come from 87 countries. As like this conference is already is already involving 11 presenters and 100 of attendee. And then to upholding the integrity of this scientific forum, we are having our another support system that support this conference. It's called Reviewer Track. This Reviewer Track is our scientific reviewer hub, and it is already review more than 7,000 articles that already reviewed. And this conference, because this is a double blind review, it is already reviewed by 22 scientific reviewers that come from many countries. And this reviewer hub or reviewer track is already supported more than 3,000 feet of studies. And then since we are also having another stakeholder, it's called our affiliate publisher, and we are affiliate with Emerald and also affiliate with Taylor and Francis, and as one of the advisory gateway in F1000 research. That's why we are created Research Synergy Institute as our learning platform, and it is to the main goal is how to minimize the gap between the author capacity and also the editor requirement. And also this is a really welcome to all of you. If you would like to have any programs regarding with how you can extend your research capability in your university or for yourself, or you would like to have a kind of sharing knowledge regarding with your expertise, you could contact our team regarding with how you can involving in our Research Synergy Institute as our global learning platform. And up to now, we have more than 20,000 participants or beneficiaries that already participated in a lot of programs or 100 programs that we already conducted. And then it is also involved more than 1,000 of university that being our affiliate university that come from the participant. And then we are also having a publishing house. It's called Research Synergy Press. This conference is already supported mainly also for the output of publication with more than 20 international journals. Actually, we're now having 22 peer review international journals, and then more than 46 indexed conference and international conference proceeding that we are already created. And then we are also having more than 2,000 articles that already published in our journals. And this is also one of our social programs in our Research Synergy Prize and also in our conference. Since our conference, once they are present or when they are having LOA from our conference, it is also including free publications in our Research Synergy Prize. So this is one of our social programs in Research Synergy Foundation, since we are social enterprise, that we are supporting the scholars that already participated in our programs, and then we are supported in their publication for free. So this is also the opportunity to all of you to join in our conference, and then you could have free publications in Research Synergy Press. And then we have also the fifth support system. And this is the last but not the least, actually, because we will have more support system that will be support to all of you. For example, like we have Scholastic. Scholastic is our support system also, but we will launch soon, yeah, maybe in next 2 months. And for the Global Research Community Platform, this is our platform in how we are connecting and share the informations, the knowledge among or between the members that already participated in our community platforms. And in here, we are also having attendee, more than 200 attendee registered in our system in this conference, actually. And they are also we have more than 4,000 global scholars that already joined in this platform. And why we are created this platform? Because since we are having limited time in our conference, for example, in this conference, we are also having more on only 10 or 15 minutes in present for each of presenters. Sometimes there are fruitful discussion among or between session chair and then presenters and attendee that attend this conference or attend this presentation. And then after that, when they need more time or extended discussion, so we provide room of communications in our global research community. So that's why we create global research community to all of the presenters in here. If you would like to extend the discussion among or between the session chair and also the attendee, because we have a lot of programs, for example, like research collaborations among or between all of you here. And then in here, we are also having programs that supporting all of our programs, not just only the conference, but also the program that are already conducted with the Research Synergy Institute and then Research Synergy Press. And we would like to invite to all of you to join because since you are registered in our system, so you are a part of our big family, and then please join to our Global Research Community platform, and then you will have an updated information regarding with all of that. Okay, and then this is our conference as our Global Scientific Forum platform. Actually, this is not just only call for paper, but also we are called for attendees, reviewers, and session chat, and also call for the keynote speakers. And in here, we provide a room for all of you to be globally recognized through this kind of scientific forum. So everyone here, you could register in our system because we are regularly having call for attendee, presenters, reviewers, and session chair and keynote speakers. And we are also having not just only conference that only present the paper or disseminate your articles, but we are also having this kind of conference. It's called conference that we are having a lot of benefit or value to all of you as the host and also as a participant. For example, this conference, it will be conducted in next 2 months in July. It is the conference that also having a collaboration internationally with between Tom Young University as the host, because it will be conducted in Tom Young University, Busan, South Korea. And then there are MOU, MOA, and IA signing actually. So this is a call to all of you, a call for the co-host. If you would like to have any interest to join in our conference, and then to have an international collaboration with the Tom Young University and also another university as the co-host. So please welcome to our conference, in this conference. And then we are also provide international academic sharing session. This is provided by Tom Young University, by the Busan International College. And then we can sharing regarding with the curricula, and then regarding with the teaching method and etc. So it is a really good opportunity to all of you strategically for your institution or for your university, if you would like to join in our academic sharing. And then we are also having in the second days, we have international company or industrial visit. This is to make broader collaborations between university and also industry actually. So there are many opportunities regarding with the link and match and etc. Among or between all of you. So we would like to also provide the meeting with the company. There are two companies in Busan that would like to welcome to you, to all of you here. And then we are also having international community service, and we will have a lot of discussion with small medium enterprise there. And then this is kind of international impact driven activity. There are many of it. For example, mobility programs, culture immersion, and etc. that we will also conduct there. So to all of you here, all of participants, we welcome to all of you to become our host and also our participant. And then you can have a lot of benefit or a lot of value, not just only conference, but also grand networking by having this conference, by attending the conference. And then this is what I was already mentioning regarding with our international journals, and you could just browse in our website. And then this is our indexing in our publishing house. There are eight indexed in our 8 reputable indexers. And then it's for the feasibility, we are already recorded in more than 400 library database, as like in Stanford, Brown University Library, and etc. So it's mean that your research, if once you are published in our journals, it's mean that your research is visible in all of this database. And it is will be good for your research to be cited, and then to be read by all of the scholars that in that university. And then this is our conference paper proceeding. We are also having 100 of it, since we are having 100 of conference. And then this is our official partner for our international journal indexed in Scopus, indexer, and we are affiliated with our Anne Francis and Emerald Publishing. As you know, this is two prominent, reputable publisher in the world, and then we are affiliate officially with them. And this is our gateway in research in F1000 research, and it is already indexed in Scopus Q1 and Q2. And we are here, in here also Miss Santi as our founder, and also our advisory gateway in this gateway. So we welcome to all of you to publish here also, because we are here as advisor, could make any like forum as like coaching to share regarding with the tips and strategy how to be published here. And then this is our upcoming conference, as like I mentioned before, regarding with our Innobis. And then for the next month, we have Mesos and then ISLET in the August. So please welcome and please join in our conference. And then, and this is our global partner right now we have more than 100 of partners that come from many countries, and we welcome to all of you that you are also become our big family, and maybe next time you can also join in our programs with your university. And please also join in our community platform, as like I mentioned before, to have any updating informations, and or you can also having connectivity of the communications or extended communication or collaboration with our another members. Okay, so I apologize for taking time in sharing regarding with our journey from 2000 and now, and it is already in our 8 years. And thank you so much for your support and your participations, and have a good day. Thank you. Come back to Miss Fina.
All right, Dr. Hendrati, thank you very much for your endless support at this international conference. It really means a lot to the organizing committee. So before we continue to the next agenda of the 12th BEMSS, we will have the group conference photo session. So to all the participants, please open your camera, and then we will have the group photo session. Please keep be excited for today's, because we will have we still have the keynote speaker session and also the academic honor presentation session. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants and guests, so right now we are going to move on to our next agenda, which is the keynote speaker session. So today we will have one keynote speaker who is the expert in their field, and then the keynote speaker session will be moderated by me, Fina. So in this keynote speaker session, we will have Dr. Sadam Hazaya from Arab Open University, Saudi Arabia. So we already have him today. Good morning. I think it's really early morning, Dr. Sadam, in your place. So before Dr. Sadam delivered his keynote speech, allow me to read his profile first. So Dr. Sadam Hazaya is an assistant professor at Arab Open University, Saudi Arabia. He was working as a postdoctoral position in ESG assurance at the Faculty of Accounting, Southwestern University of Finance and Economic, or SWUFE, China. He has been awarded a PhD in accounting from Yunnan University of Finance and Economics in 2022. And his exceptional work and dedication to the field also earned him many awards. Throughout his academic career, he has conducted extensive research on various functional domains, including auditing, corporate governance, and sustainable assurance. His articles are published in top-tier academic journals, including Borsa Istanbul Review, Environmental Science and Pollution Research, Military Accountancy Research, Corporate Governance, Sage Open, Humanities and Social Sciences Communication, and Frontiers in Energy Research, among others. So please welcome Dr. Sadam Hazaya.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Just a minute. Okay, good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm sorry because the time here in Saudi Arabia is still early. It is around 5:30 morning. So, it is clear my voice?
Yes, doctor.
Okay, so today, inshallah, we will discuss, or the topic is ASG 2026, and it is my time now, right? Okay, so it is my time, right?
Yeah.
Because I joined late. Okay. So we have to talk about ASG. When we talk about ASG, it means that we talk about one of the critical global issue affecting corporate strategy, investment decision, and sustainable development. ESG includes the three terms. W- the first words, it is considering the environmental issues such as greenhouse and etc. And the second is social, which is considering the human being. And the third word is considering the governance, which means that we consider all things regarding how can we successful our firms or our business. So we have four pillars for sustainability or sustainable development. The third word is from ESG, and the fourth is coming from economic. So here we need to know ESG, it is a critical issue or something we can use to evaluate the company's sustainability. So when we have a reporting regarding the sustainability, we can make a decision. We can know the company strategy. Also, we can evaluate the value of the company. ESG considering environmental risks and fulfilling social responsibilities, also maintaining effective governance. So many one or and the scholars they talk about the ESG, but we don't know when the ESG formulates. In 1915, the companies start with considering the social issues. After that, in 1990, there was some international conferences and there was some agreements, but in 2000, United Nations formulated the term of ESG. So we can say we have social, then after that ESG. ESG comes from social issues that firms considering at that time before we can say before 75 years. After that, in 2010, we have Deepwater Horizon oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico. So in that time, most of the international organization, also governments, they consider the problems of environment affecting the strategy of companies. In 2016, there was a Paris Agreement, and in 2020, it was the big issue which most of the scholars and also companies they affected by COVID-19. So it is COVID-19, we can say it is environmental issues. So in that time, most of companies considering ESG, or we can say strong with ESG reporting or activities, they have more resistance comparing to other companies. So ESG now it's become one of the critical factor, if we can say, for successful or for companies successful. How can we measure ESG? We talk about ESG, environmental issues, governance, and also social, but how can we measure ESG? We have four level. The first level from 0 to 25, which is poor relative ESG. It means that that companies is not actively considering the environmental or and social activities. We have also from 25 to 15. This, it means that it is satisfactory, but the company need to improve or to considering the ESG more. Also from 50 to 75, it is the good relative ESG, and we have from 75 to 100. But in reality, no companies have more 60 or 65. I will share some research paper that show how can we measure ESG activities or ESG issues. We have, I will consider two papers, one from China and one from United Kingdom, to compare the companies considering ESG. Look here, this is my paper. It is from the data from United Kingdom. Look, if it is clear, ESG, the mean of ESG, it is 15, which means that it is satisfactory, or we can say it is good. More than 50, it is a good. But if we see here one paper from Chinese companies, we can say Chinese companies still not more, they didn't consider ESG like United Kingdom. We can say here ESG, it is 39. It is satisfactory, but it is not like developed country, for example, United Kingdom. So we have four level from 0 to 25, 25 to 50. It is most of companies around the world, they still considering ESG issues, and the score between 25 and 50, except for some developed companies like in United States and some European countries. So this is the how can we measure the ESG performance, and also from where we can measure the ESG performance from sustainability reports. Like before, most of the companies, they have financial reports, but here we have non-financial reports, which means it is sustainability reports. So here we have the three pillars: environmental, social, and governance, and the themes of this term. Like in environmental, we have emissions, innovation, and resource use. Also, we have some social themes like data privacy, like also board gender diversity, or we can say gender diversity. Also, we have health and safety. For corporate or governance, we have CSR, or corporate social responsibility strategy. These themes, how can we measure these activities or themes using ESG score among firms? So here we have some terms regarding the ESG shape: environmental, like greenhouse gas emission, climate change, water management. For social we talk about the human being, about the workers, employees, gender diversity. Governance, it is the terms related to some strategy or for considering the companies, like ethical standards. And we also consider the committee or gender diversity in governance. So we have three terms. It is important to know the difference between environment, social, and also governance. For every word, they consider some issues, some problems. So why we need ESG reporting? We need ESG reporting for investments decision. Most of the investors now, they don't want to invest their money in such companies they didn't participate in ESG activities. First of all, they ask, we need the sustainability reports or non-financial reports. Not like some people, they look for profit. Okay, for profit, it is the first, but they ask, we need sustainability reports. If the company engaged with ESG activities, they will invest their money. So why we need ESG reporting? It is first for investment decision, because most of the investors, they invest their money based on the company's engagement in ESG activities. The second also for employees, and most of the companies or talent, or we can say most of the clever workers, they need to work with companies that considering ESG activities. Also, customers, because they are factoring them purchasing decision. Most of the people or community that they consider to buy green product. So it means that these companies, they consider ESG activities. So it is very important to participate in ESG activities from the companies nowadays, because most of the people, they need to buy only green purchasing. So for firms, the companies need ESG because stakeholder pressure, also investors pressure, also government pressure, because most of them, they ask, you need to participate in ESG activities. You need to do something for people. You need to do something for environment. So also to achieve cost saving and tax credits. When you are participating in ESG, it means that you have good reputation. Your company will successful because you have satisfaction, customer satisfaction, government satisfaction, also investor satisfaction. It is a way to tell your company story, successful or of your company, and also to be seen as an industry leader. How can we say ESG create value? Here we have some activities from we have some activities from to create value for a company. These activities related to environment, like efficiency resources and energy savings. In social, we have some also activities like community impact, customer trust, and also for governance, we have strong leadership. ESG, it means that non-financial activities, not financial activities. So how can we create a value? Because we get improved reputation. Reputation of the company is enhanced. When the company enhanced, or the reputation of company enhanced, it means that they will achieve some targets. Like if you are selling some green product, these products or the selling of these products will be increased, because most of the people, they said, oh, that company, they are engaged with ESG issues. Also, so lower risks, these will be enhanced or better your performance. So it means that it create long-term value. So we have financial advantages and non-financial advantages. Increased revenues, reduce expenses, and improved risk management. It is related or related with profit. But non-financial advantages, it is related with sustainability reporting, like improved reputation, enhanced employee engagement, and increased customer devotion. Here we have why we need to evolve ESG. We have three terms to evolve ESG. The first one, it is accountability, because when we improve accountability in our companies, it means that we guarantee the business fulfill their ESG obligation. Accountability is one of the main terms to achieve or to engage with ESG activities. Also, transparency, because most of the stakeholders, particularly investors, they need transparency in the ESG or sustainability reporting. When your company transparent, it means that this company, it is successful, almost successful. We have also here some companies or PwC, they make some survey among from people. Most of this survey, the summary of the survey result show that most of the investors, they will invest their money in companies considering ESG. Also, most of the customers, they will buy a green product, or they will buy product from that company they consider ESG activities. For example, here 79% of investors say that ESG risks are an important factor in investment decision making. If that company consider ESG, I will invest my money. For consumer, most 83 of consumers think companies should be actively shaping ESG best practices, because now most of the people, they need to or they like to buy a green products. So we have some also here 79% of investors place more trust in ESG information reported by company if it is assured. And we have also 86% of employees prefer to support or work with companies that actively engage with ESG activities. So ESG, it is very important to attract investors, employees, and also consumers. Strong ESG reporting also can lead to retain the employee and also attract the investors, also to get a reputation among all consumers. Here, what do investors want to see? They want to see the company engaged with ESG activities. Here we have also the survey from PwC, which it is one of the top Big Four companies in sustainability or auditing, we can say. The survey reporting or show that 79% of investors place more trust in ESG information reported by company. So also 74 thinks it is important that reporting ESG related metrics are independently assured. So ESG, it is very important nowadays for companies, for investors, also for consumers, employees. Also, most of the government, they support companies engaged with ESG, because it is a global issue. Not now, it is not like COVID-19 2020. Most of companies, they engage with ESG, this resistance comparing with companies that not engaged with ESG. So no failed, or we can say no failure companies in 2020 because of COVID-19, unless they are participating with ESG activities. So how investors are thinking about the economic realities of ESG. The also survey results show that 49 would sell their investment. The investors will sell them investment if the company uh, showing not enough or not engaged with ESG activities, not participating with ESG activities. It means that half of the investors will sell them investment because of sustainability report. 79% they consider ESG risks and opportunities. It is very important when they need to invest their money. They ask, we need the sustainability reporting, not financial reporting. Financial reporting, it is very important, but nowadays sustainability reporting also it becomes more important than profit, because for sustainability, for continuity, some companies, maybe if they are not engaged or participating in ESG activities, maybe they will not, the company will not successful. So most of investors, they like to invest their money with companies that consider ESG. Now we close our discussion regarding ESG by 10 key ESG trends shaping 2026. We need to improve the ESG. So we have 10, we can say 10 trends or key trends. We need to improve the ESG to consider this trends. Measurable ESG impact shift from commitment to variable ESG outcomes. We need to disclose the activities of ESG. Some companies, okay, they participate with ESG, but they didn't disclose them or report them that they engage or they participate in ESG activities. We need to use AI power. Also, responsible AI governance. We have also some like stronger ESG regulation. We need some governments or organizations, they need to create new regulations that we can say they ask companies to embed them the ESG with them strategy. Now, if we compare countries, in European countries, most of the companies, they use or they report ESG, or the score of ESG is more than 45. It means that it is a good. After that, maybe based on the research report, China, then if in third world countries, few companies they participate in ESG activities, so the score is not relatively good. So most of governments now, they ask the companies to embed the ESG in them strategy, and also they make some law or regulations that all companies, they must participate, or they must do something for social, something for environment, and something for governance. We have sustainable finance growth and social equity and human capital. This also, most of these themes related to social. So here we have four pillars of sustainability. As we mentioned before, we have four pillars of sustainability. The first one, third pillars comes from the term of ESG, environment, social, and governance. The fourth is economic. So sustainability, it means that we can say in conclusion, it is ESG. if you are participating or considering the ESG activities, it means that you are your company achieve the term or the sustainability. Sustainability, it is ESG. We can say, because we said corporate social responsibility 1915, then 1950, then after that some international conferences, also some environmental issues, then the United Nations formulates the ESG in 2000. So we can say sustainability, it means that participating in ESG activities. Sorry, so here we have the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. It is this goals, it is regarding the ESG activities. Like here we have in no poverty, it is social, one of the social goals. But no hunger also, it is social. So here we have environment, like clean water and sanitation, it is environment. But we have some also themes or goals. No poverty, it is a social. So here distribution of the goals based on the term of ESG, based on the terms of ESG. Last point we have, how can we change the word of ESG to GES? ESG now, the first word, it is environment. It means that it is the more important than ESG. But some scholars now and researchers, they said, how can we use GES, governance first, then environmental? So here some scholars, they call for more research, and they said the governance is it means that it is more important than environment, because if you are here, it has often been postulated that by getting the G governance right, you tend to get better outcomes on environmental and social. Governance, we can say it is a general word. Inside we have environment and social. So most of research now, the researchers, they said we need to convert the term of ESG to be GES. That's all. Thank you very much, Doctor.
All right, so thank you very much, Dr. Sadam, for your speech. And right now we are going to have the Q&A session. So in the Zoom chat box, we already have some of questions, quite many questions actually. So perhaps we can cover some of the questions, Dr. Sadam. We're going to answer some of the questions.
Okay.
Okay. So perhaps I will read from the first question, yeah, from Mr. Safwan Z. Allison. So the question is with respect to the erosion or destruction of the existing global legal framework or rule-based order, how can companies have confidence in the existing infrastructure, both in relation to tariffs, protectionism, state intervention, and dispute resolution?
So here, I think based on my opinion, I think participating in sustainability reporting is creating more trust for investors and also consumers, also government agencies. This is in short answer. I think engage with ESG activities is better for all companies.
Okay, so we hope that Dr. Safwan already has the answer. So maybe for the next question from Muhammad Andika Lawasi. In ESG frameworks, deforestation is usually categorized under the environmental pillar. However, in many forest-rich countries, deforestation is also deeply linked to governance issues such as licensing, weak law enforcement, land tenure conflicts, corruption, and supply chain transparency. How can ESG assessment avoid treating deforestation merely as an environmental indicator and instead integrate governance and social dimension to prevent greenwashing?
So this one, it means that we discuss how can we make ESG more strong. We said we need the government or organization, they need to create more regulations. They need to ask all companies to embed them ESG in them strategy. So I know most of the companies nowadays, they are not considering ESG as the first, but if the government ask the company or make some regulations, some laws that all companies they should or they must actively engage with ESG, maybe they will success.
Yeah, Doctor. So is that okay if we still have more questions, Doctor? I think we can cover.
I can see one question from Mid
Yeah.
Saiful Islam. They said,
Mhm.
as I understand, country like Bangladesh,
Mhm.
they are not. Uh, yes, there is no ESG disclosure. Most of the third world countries, they didn't disclose the ESG reporting because no regulations, no laws, no like pressure from governments. Also, the companies, they are looking for profit, not for sustainability. Or like in developed countries, the government support and encourage companies to participate, and they also offer many facilities to the companies to participate in ESG. That's all. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sadam. So maybe later on we can put the questions from the participants in our global research ecosystem, and we can also put Dr. Sadam answers later there because we have so many here. We will put in our global research ecosystem forum, and then all of the participants there and all of the members there can also join the discussion in our forum. Yeah, Dr. Yeah. Okay, so since we already finished with Dr. Sadam's speech and apologize to those participants question that cannot be answered today, but we will put it in our global research ecosystem forum. So right now, as the recognition and appreciation from the 12th BEMSS committee, we'd like to give a token of appreciation to Dr. Sadam Hazaya. So please welcome Ms. Santi Rahmawati as the founder and also the Chief Operating Officer of Research Study Foundation to give a token of appreciation to Dr. Sadam Hazaya as the keynote speaker.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Vina. Okay, Assalamualaikum, Dr. Sadam. So thank you so much, Doctor. Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing your expertise regarding the ESG and also the trends and also the transformations and also the importance and also the urgency in applying this ESG best practice in not in the context of the industry or the business itself, but hopefully it also can be applied in the nationwide. Okay, so thank you so much, Dr. Sadam, once again on behalf of Research Synergy Foundations. So please receive this token of appreciations to you as the keynote speaker at the 12th BEMSS today. Thank you so much once again, Dr. Sadam.
Thank you very much.
All right, so once again, thank you to Ms. Santi and also Dr. Sadam Hazea. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants and attendees of the 12th BMSS, we already have the keynote speech from Dr. Sadam Hazea, and hopefully it can bring some new insight or inspire you to further research or discussion. So, right now, we are going to announce the preparation of the academic online presentation session in the first session. So the academic presentation session will be in this room, and the session will be led by a session chair. So the session chair for the session will be Dr. Nur Azima Binti Ahmad from Management Science University, Malaysia. And all participants who will be presenting and attending the session, please stay in this main room for the academic online presentation. So it's being a great honor for us on behalf of the 12th BMSS. My name is Fina to be standing here as the PIC room in the academic online presentation session. So before we go, we are going to the academic online presentation session. Please kindly fill the conference and form and follow the instruction there to get your e-certificate. And then moving on, in this academic virtual presentation session 1, we will have 6 presenters from track management, human resource management, management science, and green economics. The session chair for today will be Dr. Nur Azima Binti Ahmad from Management and Science University, Malaysia. But before Dr. Nur Azima sharing the session, allow me to read her profile first. Dr. Nur Azima Ahmad is a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Business Management and Professional Studies, Management and Science University MSU, Malaysia. She holds a PhD from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, UKM. She has been actively engaged in teaching, research, and curriculum development at both undergraduate and postgraduate levels. Her primary research interests lie at the intersection of finance, banking, and human resource management, with a particular emphasis on how people management practices drive performance in financial institutions. Dr. Nur Azima has published numerous articles in index international journals and has presented her work at various global conferences. She is also involved in collaborative research projects and community outreach initiatives that bridge academia and industry. A dedicated educator and researcher, she remains committed to advancing knowledge in management sciences and developing future-ready professionals. So good morning, Dr. Nur Azima.
Good morning.
All right. Thank you for your support in this conference.
Thank you so much for inviting me, basically.
Yeah, so from now onwards, I will pass the session to be led by you. So now the time is yours to chair the session. Please welcome Dr. Nur Azim.
Okay. So thank you. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Dr. Nur Azim Ahmad. So basically, I am the session chair for the first online session. Okay, so this is the guideline for the presentation basically. So first thing first, I think the presentation today is the sharing session. It's a sharing session, right? Between the academics and also to the attendees, the presenters. For the presenters, the presentation is limited to only 10 minutes and 5 minutes for Q&A after each presentation. And the Q&A will be facilitated by the session chair. So the audience and the co-presenter can ask the question. So I will read the question in the chat box. Okay. And then the recording of presentation is allowed. So I think the admin is already recorded our session today. And then make sure that you are in a place free of noise to avoid the distraction of the presentation, so that all the attendees, all the participants can hear you clearly, so that the information can be shared clearly. And then help the presenter give the presentation that they deserve by not talking, drinking, or engaging in any activities that are uncalled for during the presentation. So for this session, we have 6 presenters. Then I think we can start with the first presenter. So from the track risk management, so we have one presenters under this track of risk management. So I would like to welcome Andrew Winarno with the title of Disaster Risk Management for Persons with Disabilities. So please welcome. You can share with your slides. I think Andrew Winarno just joined this this room, so we can have a few minutes so that he can prepare for the presentation. Miss Andrew Winarno, you can share your slide.
Halo,
Ya,
Assalamualaikum.
salam.
Okay. Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
distinguished conference participants. I am Andrew Winarno, a researcher from the National Research and Innovation Agency. Allow me to present the rough conclusion of our research entitled Disaster Risk Management for People with Disabilities.
Okay, can you share your slide, Mister?
Yeah?
Can you share your slide?
Oh, slide. Okay. Sorry. Okay.
Wait.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. The National Council of Disability and the Center for International Rehabilitation revealed that people with disabilities are a high-risk group during disaster due to limited abilities, limited access to the physical environment, and limited information and communication within the community. People with disabilities are often left behind during disaster evacuation due to a lack of planning, preparation, facilities, and services, including specific transportation system. A survey by the United Nations Officer for Disaster Risk Reduction revealed that 85.57% of respondents with disabilities in 137 countries were not involved in disaster communication management and risk reduction processes in their communities. 72.20% of respondents admit they didn't have a disaster preparedness plan, while the remainder relied on family support. This fact presents a highly pressing policy and practices issue, particularly when linked to the United Nations Global Agenda to ensure the well-being of all people. No one left behind by 2030, agreed upon by 193 countries, including Indonesia. The University of Sydney Center for Disability Research and Policy and the Asia Pacific Natural Hazard and Disaster Risk Research Group recommend a commitment to including people with disabilities and effort to improve disaster preparedness and ensure their involvement for more effective and efficient results. These studies underpin the urgency of reviewing disaster risk management for people with disabilities in Indonesia. This research describes the involvement of people with disabilities and disaster risk management in their region to determine their preparedness for disaster. This research used a mixed method approach combining quantitative and qualitative methods. The research location were selected based on the worst hit disaster are with the highest number of victims in Indonesia, particularly in Padang City, Garut Regency, Magelang Regency, and Ponorogo Regency. The study involved 120 respondents, 30 of whom were physically disabled for each location, which were selected purposefully. Data collection for this research was conducted through questionnaires, interviews, observations, documentation, and focus group discussion. This research was conducted in only 4 locations, which is not representative enough to generalize to the diversity of people with disabilities across Indonesia. The involvement of people with disabilities in disaster risk management was assessed based on 5 categories: knowledge of policy, knowledge of disaster, ownership of emergency response plan, knowledge of early warning system, and resource mobilization capabilities. The research data was analyzed using discrete analysis techniques to determine the preparedness of people with disabilities in facing disaster. The study revealed that disaster risk management has been implemented in all research locations, but has not been specifically implemented for the people with disabilities. The involvement of people with disabilities in disaster risk management planning and implementation remain very low. They are not even involved in disaster awareness activities at the village, sub-district, or district level. The ability of people with disabilities to mobilize resources is also very low. Similarly, knowledge of early warning system and government policy relates to disaster mitigation is also limited, leaving them generally unprepared for disaster. This research recommend increased government, community, and business attention to the perception, rules, and aspiration of people with disabilities regarding their involvement in disaster risk management. Empowering people with disabilities through the establishment of disability service unit in disaster management is highly urgent. These are the rough conclusion of our research that I can present. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Andrew, for your sharing, basically. So, if anyone from the floors, any question, any feedbacks, is there any feedback or any question from the attendees or from the participants? Okay, so I think if no one give the provide all the feedback, so if I can share with you. So basically, the title is very good, meaning that because you focus on the vulnerable person, the person with the disability. So we know that when something's happened, something bad happened, disaster, right? So of course we must save ourselves first. We wouldn't like mind the other person with the disabilities. So the thing is, I think you choose the mixed method, right? So you choose the observation, the interview, the questionnaire, so on. For this one, so I think apart from the output or the findings that you receive from your findings or from your research, basically. So I think you can go further on that. So maybe go on the innovation. What are the things that people should do or the government should do to protect this person with the disabilities? So maybe we can like further this one. Okay, we have a question from the floor. Okay, the first one is from Safwan. how can the government or agencies know who is disabled in their area? And also you mentioned the physical disabilities. So how about those with dementia or emotional disabilities? We have like the two types, like the person with the physical disabilities and also the person with the mental disabilities. So the first one is how do the government knows and the issues about this one. I think you can unmute. Okay.
Yes, I would like to say that your question more or less is that is there any data about disabilities in Indonesia? For example, of course, the government has the updated data of the disabilities, and based on that data, we can also take the comment and the well say they are involved in the in preparing and in the such kind of involving in the in case of a certain condition in case of emergency. So based on that, those data, we would like to involve them in every step of the of course the this program.
So I think this one is basically related to your sampling. Who's your respondents basically? Yeah. So we have another one's question from okay. So from Mrs. Santi, okay. Because you mentioned you use the descriptive only, but you use the mixed method. So how about the qualitative? Are you using, although you're using the mixed method approach, I rephrase the question, but it's still, so how about the qualitative? What are the software or what are the analysis that you use to analyze for the qualitative?
The use of the, pardon me, you mean that the method of qualitative?
So because you mentioned the descriptive only, so this descriptive only covered for the quantitative. So how about the qualitative?
Yes, of course, qualitative is kind of um, the depth of the the well the surface of uh, in case or in term of any emergency concerning the disaster or something like that. So far we would like to know, and we did to interview some of the disabilities in the depth of service itself.
Okay. So I think you need to be clear about what are the analysis that you will be using to analyze the data that you got from the interview. I think that's that's the meaning of the question from Miss Santi. So I think you can discuss later with your team members or your supervisors maybe. So because we have a lot, I think a lot of questions related to this one. So I just read. Okay. So from Miss Rika. So I'm from Swarani University. So for highlighting the importance of the Sendai framework, so thank you. She thanks you. Okay, based on what I know, there is often a disconnect between the written policy and physical evacuation. Okay. And then based on your field observation, what is the most significant practical barrier local agency face when attempting to translate these inclusive policies into immediate or actionable support during the rapid onset disaster?
Sorry, if I could interpret your question is that how we in include or involve. Could you please make a concise question? Sorry. once
Okay.
again.
Okay. So basically, what mentioned by the Miss Rika is that there is a disconnect between the written policy. We know that we have the written policy, but how the policy be implemented by the government. So there must be a gap over there. So from your observation, so what are the gaps and what are the practice barrier local agency face? So what are the challenge or maybe the problems faced by the governments or the agencies?
Yes, thank you. What I caught from your question is that to your understanding that it seemed that this program already runs in Indonesia, but in fact this is not merely run in a well managed um, practice. So that's why the research is conducted due to how to take care of special for disabilities. So if you ask the difficulties or something like that, then concerning with the government, yes, so far it was not well managed. That's why we did the research and we conducted it to make a better understanding, to comprehend what is needed, and then in the future it could be better uh, to take care of the disabilities, and yes, of course, no one left behind.
Okay. So thank you, Mr. Andrew. I think we can have one more question before we move to the next presenter. So do you have a long-term plans to present your study or research before an international organization such as the United Nations, Asian regions, or etc.? So if yes, will you consider including in the studies mental health issue and other disabilities? So meaning that to add the study mental health issue or the disabilities, other disabilities, and if no, what legal plan and how will you address it? From Philippines.
Yes, we do hope so. When
Mm-hmm.
we could prepare and finally it is completed, and yes, we would like to share to any parties, to any countries, so that we can learn together and put some concerns and where I would say to pay attention to those who need. Of course, it is a good thing that we don't leave anybody in case of disaster and calamities.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Andrew. So basically, when we talk about the person with the disability, so of course it is interesting topics, right? Okay, so we do hope that from this output, so the government, the NGOs, the agencies can um, do or amend or maybe enhance the policy regarding the person with the disabilities. Yeah. Okay. So thank you, Ms. Andrew. Winarno. I think we can move to the next presenter. Wait. The next presenter from the track Human Resource Management. So the first presenter, we have two presenters from this track. So the first one is the Hufsa Iqbal. The presenter is here. Hufsa Iqbal.
Dr. Nur Azima, I think we can skip to the next presenter
Okay.
because we haven't see Mr. Hufsa here.
Okay. So then we move to the next presenter, Elena Estibal. The name, okay. I think the name. Okay, Miss Kyla Camille Belen. Okay. You can share your slide. If you're ready, you can start.
Good day, everyone. Is my screen
Okay.
already visible?
Yeah, I can see your slide.
Okay. Good day, esteemed researchers, fellow presenters, participants, and distinguished guests. It is an honor and privilege to present our research entitled Applicant Behavioral Intentions Toward AI-Enabled Recruitment and Selection System.
Miss Kyla, can you turn it into slideshow so we can see your screen better, full screen or slideshow?
Um, Okay. Is this So today I will discuss how artificial intelligence is transforming recruitment practices in the BPO sector, as well as the perceptions, concerns, and behavioral responses of applicants toward AI-driven recruitment systems. Artificial intelligence or AI has transformed recruitment and selection practices, particularly in the business process outsourcing or BPO industry, through the use of tools such as chatbots, resume screening systems, automated assessments, and AI supported interviews. These technologies help improve efficiency, reduce recruitment time, and streamline hiring processes, making them highly valuable in the Philippine BPO sector where companies handle large volume of applicants. However, despite these advantages, the growing use of AI also raises concerns regarding applicants' experiences and perceptions, which became the primary reason for conducting this study. So while AI improves efficiency and consistency, many candidates still experience uncertainty regarding fairness, transparency, data privacy, possible bias, and the lack of human interaction in automated recruitment systems. Since recruitment is also human experience, applicants may feel disconnected or anxious when AI replaces direct communication with recruiters. There are also concerns that AI systems may inaccurately assess qualifications, personality traits, and communication skills. So, in the Philippine setting where personal connection is highly valued, understanding applicants' emotional and behavioral responses toward AI driven recruitment becomes equally important. So most existing studies on AI recruitment focus mainly on operational efficiency, such as improving hiring speed, automation, and productivity. However, there is still limited research examining applicants' behavioral and emotional responses toward AI-driven recruitment, particularly within the Philippine BPO industry. Although AI systems may be technically efficient, applicants may still hesitate to engage due to anxiety, discomfort, or distrust toward automated processes. So, to address this gap, the study examined how organizational attractiveness, intrinsic motivation, novelty, and trust influence applicants' intent to engage with AI driven recruitment systems while also analyzing the mediating role of anxiety. The study utilized a quantitative descriptive correlational research design to examine respondents' perceptions and relationships among variables related to AI-driven recruitment. Data were collected through a validated and reliable survey questionnaire distributed online and face-to-face among approximately 400 BPO employees and applicants in the National Capital Region of the Philippines. And using a 5-point Likert scale, the study measured organizational attractiveness, intrinsic motivation, novelty, trust, anxiety, and intent to engage, while statistical tools such as frequency and percentage, weighted mean, and multivariate regression analysis were used to analyze the data. So specifically, the study aimed to determine the demographic profile of the respondents, assess applicants' intent to engage in AI-driven recruitment in relation to organizational attractiveness, intrinsic motivation, novelty, and trust, measure the level of anxiety experienced by applicants, and examine the influence of anxiety on their willingness to participate in AI-driven recruitment and selection processes. For the results of the respondents' profile, the findings revealed that the most respondents were aged 26 to 33 years old, with slightly more male respondents than female respondents, and the majority came from Alorica, a BPO company in the Philippines. Most participants used laptops or desktop computers during the recruitment process, while chatbots emerged as the most commonly experienced AI tool in recruitment and selection. So the respondents' assessment of their intent to engage in AI-enabled application processes in BPO companies based on first, organizational attractiveness. Applicants are generally open to AI-driven recruitment due to its efficiency and speed, but concerns about fairness, transparency, and reliability still influence how attractive they find organizations. Second one is intrinsic motivation. Respondents showed moderate intrinsic motivation to engage with AI-enabled recruitment due to its convenience and efficiency, but this motivation remained cautious and dependent heavily on their trust in the fairness, transparency, and accuracy of the system. Novelty. The respondents perceived AI recruitment as innovative and technologically advanced, but their curiosity and enthusiasm were only moderate, reflecting cautious openness rather than full acceptance. And trust, the respondents showed a cautious level of trust in AI recruitment, recognizing its efficiency, but still doubting its ability to fully assess human qualities and qualifications. So this indicates that trust remains conditional and highlights the need for human oversight and ethical implementation. Most importantly, the findings show that respondents generally agreed that they experience anxiety toward AI-driven recruitment systems. So concerns included lack of human interaction, possible bias, technical issues, inaccurate assessments, and data privacy risks. Anxiety significantly affects organizational attractiveness, intrinsic motivation, novelty, and trust. Despite recognizing benefits of AI recruitment, applicants' uncertainty and discomfort reduce their willingness to engage, highlighting the importance of emotional and psychological factors in AI-driven recruitment systems. In conclusion, the study found that applicants in the BPO industry are generally open to engaging with AI-driven recruitment systems. However, anxiety significantly influences their perceptions and willingness to participate. The findings emphasize that organizations should not only focus on operational efficiency, but also prioritize fairness, transparency, ethical AI practices, data privacy, and human connection throughout the recruitment process. By addressing applicants' concerns and improving trust in AI systems, organizations can create more effective and human-centered recruitment processes. So this study contributes to the growing body of knowledge on AI-driven recruitment by providing deeper insights into applicants' perceptions and emotional responses within the Philippine BPO context. Once again, thank you very much, and we sincerely appreciate this opportunity to share our study and contribute to the discussions on AI-driven recruitment and its impact on the applicants in BPO industry.
Okay, so thank you so much, Miss Kaila. Okay, so I think the we have yeah, very interesting study from Miss Kaila, basically, because everything is AI right now. Everything is related to the AI. Okay, so I will read some question from the participants. So Kaila, in the Philippine setting, considering that not all have the high in gadget to use, so how does the AI affect the applicants from the other cities? So because not all the state or maybe all the cities have the gadget to use. So how basically this AI affect the applicants from the other cities? Is
In the Philippines,
Mm-mm.
In the Philippine setting, AI-driven recruitment can create both opportunities and challenges for applicants from different
Mm-mm.
cities, especially since not everyone has access to high-end gadgets, stable internet, or strong digital skills. So while AI systems make application processes more convenient and accessible by allowing remote applications, they may also disadvantaged applicants from provinces or low income areas who struggle with connectivity or lack familiarity with digital platforms. So as a result, some qualified candidates may be unintentionally affected, not because of their skills, but due to limited access to technology.
Mm-mm.
That highlights the digital divide as an important concern in AI-based recruitment.
So thank you, Kaila. So we have a few more questions from the attendees. So is it rational for the potential employees or employers to have a low level of trust in AI recruitment, given that it is unable to get a feel for applicants' ability to fit within the teams? So interpersonal relationships, so any, I think they're focusing on the soft skills. So maybe the AI couldn't like spot that kind of skills. Relationship are importance within the workplace and also the other context. So what's your opinion on this one?
Yes, it is rational, at least to a certain extent, for both applicants and employers to have some level of skepticism toward AI-driven recruitment, especially regarding fit and interpersonal dynamics. AI systems are generally good at processing structured data, like for example, skills, experience, assessment scores, but they are limited in capturing more nuanced human qualities such as personality dynamics, emotional intelligence, and how someone might interact within a specific team culture. So these aspects are often better assessed through human judgment, interviews, and social interaction where context, tone, and spontaneity matter. So however, it is also important to balance this view. While AI may not fully feel interpersonal compatibility, it can still support decision making by reducing bias, standardizing evaluation, and identifying candidates based on measurable competencies. Many modern recruitment systems also combine with AI with human oversight, like a hybrid approach to address these limitations. So, low trust in AI recruitment is understandable when it is used alone, but trust can increase when AI is positioned as a tool that supports, not replaces, human judgment in evaluating both competence and potential cultural fit.
Yeah, so thank you. I think that's also, I think, answered the question from Dr. Rowena. So basically the question is about how is it a balanced human AI generally the most effective model for the recruitment. So basically that's already covered for this question. Okay, then I think we can move to the next question from Mr. John. Good day, Mr. Valen. So my name is John, like from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. So thank you for sharing your insight. So your study maps out how candidate trust and perceived organizational attractiveness are deeply threatened by automated black box. So for local BPO companies that desperately need AI for high volume hiring speed, so what is the single most effective transparency practice they can implement right now to make their AI tools feel safe rather than the anxiety inducing to the Filipino applicants?
Hi, Dr. Noor. I'm Dr. Estebal, co-author of
Yeah.
Kaila.
Hi.
And yeah, may I answer that question? Yeah, thank you, John Lloyd Desuyo, for your very interesting inquiry in our study. However, the study has been limited to the applicant's intent to engage on AI. And as to your question pertaining to high volume hiring speed, single most effective transparency practice they can implement. Unfortunately, that's part of the limitations of the study. We didn't ask them pertaining to their suggestions on what particular single effective transparency practice that they could use. The limitations when it comes to the questionnaire that has been deployed to the BPO respondents practically determined if they are willing to engage in AI infused recruitment process. Now, with regards to the previous question, it might interest you to know that a lot of the BPO companies in the Philippines would use hybrid recruitment process. So the initial step would require an applicant to engage in AI-driven recruitment platforms. Then once the AI was able to successfully create a fit between the candidate and at the same time the vacant position in the organization, that's the time that they will be called for a face-to-face interview, eliminating now the process of candidates going to a BPO company for initial recruitment and then eventually finding out that that particular candidate is not a perfect fit for the vacant position. So I hope we were able to enlighten the rest of the people in this room about our study. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your elaboration, your answer. Okay, so thank you. Congratulations to Kaila. So thank you so much. I think we can move to the next presenter. The third presenter. From the track management science, Mr. Erwin Suryanegara. Okay, with the title Trust as Omnichannel to Advocacy Transmission Mechanism in Mandatory Healthcare Services, the Empirical Evidence from Indonesia. Okay, so I welcome the presenter, Mr. Erwin.
Okay, thank you. Let me share screen first.
Yeah.
Already seen?
Yeah, you can make it like a slideshow, maybe full screen.
Full screen. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, Dr. Nur Azima.
and fellow participant. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Erwin Suryanegara from Esa Unggul University. Today, I would like to present my study about omnichannel. Trust as the omnichannel to advocacy transmission mechanism in mandatory healthcare services. This is the empirical evidence from Indonesia. So this study actually examined how omnichannel integration influence patient advocacy in healthcare service, especially whether the trust or brand trust in this term as the key mechanism that explains this relationship. About this context of this study is mandatory healthcare service in Indonesia, particularly within national healthcare insurance ecosystem, what we call in Indonesia BPJS. There are three important characteristics of this context. The first one is healthcare is a credit service. So the patient often have difficulty evaluating service quality even after receiving the service. And second is the patient operate under constrained choice, although they may technically switch healthcare facilities, but the process is not flexible as the ordinary consumer, especially in retail markets. And third is the healthcare decision involve high perceived risk because they directly concern physical well-being. So although the omnichannel research has been widely discussed in retail and service context, but the trust-based mechanism linking omnichannel integration to advocacy remain unexamined in mandatory healthcare services. Therefore, this main research question of this study is, does the omnichannel integration generate patient advocacy through trust as a full mediating mechanism? This study used stimulus organism theory as the main framework, as proposed by Behaviour and Russell in 1974. In this framework, omnichannel act as a stimulus, so it presents the degree to which the healthcare service channel are connected, consistent, and seamless. And the brand trust act as the organism. It represent the patient internal cognitive and evaluating state toward the healthcare facilities. And brand advocacy act as a response. It means it reflects the patient willingness to recommend, speak positive about the healthcare facilities. So this framework by Behaviour and Russell in 1972, also supported by commitment trust theory by Morgan and Hahn, and emphasized the central role of trust in relations exchange, and by service dominant logic by Fargo and Luss, which view advocacy as a form of value co-creation. So this, from this study, I propose 4 hypotheses. The first hypothesis that is omnichannel integration is positively associated with brand trust. The second hypothesis proposed that brand trust is positively associated with brand advocacy. The third hypothesis proposed that omnichannel integration is positively associated with brand advocacy. And the last hypothesis proposed that the brand trust mediates the relationship between omnichannel integration and brand advocacy. This study used a cross-sectional quantitative survey design. Data were collected from 230 patients across 3 healthcare services, and that were Okrida Primaya Hospital, General Hospital of Kalideres, and Sehatkur Clinic. The instrument of the questionnaire consists of 70 items questionnaire using 5-point Likert scale, and the omnichannel itself was measured using 10 items. brand trust using 4-item questionnaire and brand advocacy using 3 items. Then the questionnaire was validated through power translation, back translation, face validity, content validation, and pretest, including 50 respondents. And we conduct the data analysis using PLSAM. The sample was approximately balanced by gender, with 49% male and 50 female. And the patient ranged from 18 years of age and above, and education level from high school to postgraduate, and 100% reported having digital channel access. The measurement of the outer model show satisfactory reliability and validity. For the omnichannel integration, as we can see that the Conbrac alpha was 0.9 and composite reliability 0.9 and AVE was 0.5. Also the brand trust, the Conbrac alpha also 0.8, composite reliability 0.8 and AVA 0.6. From brand advocacy, Conbrac alpha also 0.8, composite reliability was 0.9, and AVE 0.7. And all author loading exceed the recommendation threshold of 0.7. So we can conclude that the measurement of the outer model considered reliable and valid for structural model testing. This is the structural model of the study. The first is omnichannel integration had a significant positive association with brand trust with a coefficient 0.7, and that's supporting the first hypothesis. And the second hypothesis, brand trust had a significant positive association with brand advocacy, that's supporting the second hypothesis. However, the direct path from omnichannel integration to brand advocacy was not significant, with coefficient only 0.019. Therefore, the third hypothesis was not supported. And the last hypothesis, the indirect effect from omnichannel integration through brand advocacy through brand trust was significant. That's supporting the fourth hypothesis. So we can conclude that this result indicates the omnichannel integration influence advocacy primarily through brand trust. So the key finding of this study is full mediation, because the variance accounted for of VAF was 96%. That means that almost all of the relationship between omnichannel integration and brand advocacy operates through brand trust. In other words, omnichannel doesn't directly generate patient advocacy in this context. Yeah, rather, but it first build trust first, then trust, then drive advocacy. This finding meaningful in healthcare because patients often have difficulty in evaluating clinical quality directly. As a result, they rely on trust as a bridge between their service experience and their willingness to recommend to the healthcare provider. This model also showed the acceptable robustness, where the R-square value of brand trust was 0.5, the R-square value for brand advocacy was 0.4, and the effect size of omnichannel integration on brand trust was very large, with F-square value 1.047, and size effect of brand trust on brand advocacy also large, 0.413. We also conduct the common method tests to distinguish the bias of this study. We used two tests, Harman test and VIV, and the result is within normal limit, yeah, below the 50% threshold of the Harman test. The model comparison test further confirm the discriminant validity. The 3-factor model outperformed the 2-factor alternative with FEE value of 0.6 for brand trust and 0.7 for brand advocacy, compared with only 0.6 when the two constructs were merged. And in this study, the demographic control, including age control, education, did not significantly change the correlation. So the overall, this model was stable and robust. This study offers several theoretical and managerial implications. Yeah. The first, it extends omnichannel research to into the context of mandatory credential service. Second, it shows that brand trust function as the key organism in SRF framework. And the third, it demonstrates that no significant direct pathway between omnichannel integration to advocacy in healthcare service. And from managerial perspective, the finding suggests that healthcare managers should not view omnichannel integration merely as a tool for operational efficiency. Instead, the integration of the channel should be designed as a trust-building mechanism. This means that healthcare providers should synchronize the appointment system, digital medical record, online or offline communication, and also the post-visit follow-up seamlessly. The practical message is clear. The omnichannel investment without trust building effort is unlikely to generate patient advocacy. This study has several limitations. First, the study used cross-sectional design that limits the quotiental interpretation. So the future study should use longitudinal or experimental design. And the second is the data were collected using a single source self-report questionnaire. So the future research may apply temporal separation and multiple source data collection. And the third limitation is the sample was pulled from 3 facilities. So the next research should conduct multi-group analysis and include institutional control. And the fourth, this study did not directly compare credit service with experience service. So the future research should compare healthcare with other service contexts. So to conclude, the study shows that in mandatory healthcare service in Indonesia, omnichannel integration alone is not enough to create patient advocacy. The main mechanism is through brand trust. So when the healthcare provider integrate their channel effectively, patients are more likely to develop trust, and when the patient trusts the provider, they are more likely to recommend the healthcare provider. Thank you. Now I am open for question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Erwin. So I think the attendees, the participants can write down your question. If you have any question, any feedback, or any suggestion to share with us. Okay, again from Mrs. Awan. Okay, so within the Indonesian context, so should healthcare facilities be viewed as a brand or as quasi-state service providers, especially given that the study related to BPJS, and what are the benefits of branding the healthcare facilities in relation to the patient advocacy? I think you can refer to the chat, Mr. Erwin.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. in the Indonesian context, healthcare facilities should be viewed as both service provider and brands. But in the study, to conceptualize them, especially as a healthcare facility brand, BPJS, mandatory healthcare in Indonesia, function as a national insurance administrator, and however the patient direct experience occur at the hospital or clinic, therefore the brand trust and brand advocacy are more appropriately measured at the level of healthcare facility, because that is where the experience of the patient, yes, service quality, communication, and care continuity. But this does not mean that treating healthcare purely as a commercial product. Rather, branding in healthcare means building in a clear, trustworthy, and reliable institution identity. Therefore, to conclusion, I think even within a BPJS healthcare ecosystem, healthcare facilities can and should be studied as a brand, because advocacy is directly directed toward the facility that patient actually experience, not merely towards the insurance system behind it. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Erwin. I think we can have another one before we move to the next presenter. Okay, from Miss Rika. So good day, I'm Rika from the Suranari University of Technology, Thailand. So thank you for the insightful presentation. Okay, I want to share my appreciation for the methodology here. So particularly the multiple approach used to control the common method bias in your BLSM analysis. So solidifying trust as a boundary condition in this context is a highly valuable contribution. So as it effectively highlights that it's mandatory credence-based environments. So digital convenience can never bypass the human element of trust. So over here is about the trust. So what do you think about this, Mr. Erwin?
Thank you for the question, Dr. Rika. I fully agree with your interpretation, but in the study, trust is not merely another variable in the model, but the key psychological mechanism that explain why omnichannel integration can lead to advocacy in mandatory and can lead to patient advocacy in mandatory healthcare service. So in BPJS and Indonesian healthcare context, digital convenience alone is not sufficient. So patient may appreciate online registration, online mobile JKN, WhatsApp communication, and integrated service channels, but this feature will not automatically make them recommend and defend the healthcare facility. So the omnichannel experience must first be translated into trust first. Yeah, that's why the non-significant direct effect from omni-channel integration to brand advocacy is meaningful. It suggests that in credence-based healthcare service, advocacy does not come directly from digital integration, but from patient confidence that the facility is reliable, safe, consistent, honest, and extra. So I agree with the human element of trust remains central, even in a digitally integrated healthcare system.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Erwin. So thank you for your sharing. Okay, so I think we can move to the next presenter.
Thank you.
Most welcome. Okay, so our next presenter is from the Mr. Iram Ghaffar with the title Sustainable Practice in Business, a case study on green economy implementation in Pakistani SME. Okay, very interesting topic. So the floor is yours. You can share your slide.
Can you share my presentation?
Not yet. The slide didn't appear.
Hold on. Thank you.
Okay.
My name is Iram Ghaffar, and I will present over research sustainable practices in Pakistan, small, medium enterprises, and economic green economy case. So my co-author is Muhammad Aslam Javed and Saida Kawal. They are also with me, and so I will present this topic now. Next, please. So I introduced the what's the problem in the Pakistan. Here is lots of problems in our Pakistan. So we can explain how to handle the small enterprises economy roles in our Pakistan. So small and medium enterprises are vital. Pakistan economy contributes significantly improve the employee GDP and industrial production. So how they also the major contribute to environmental greens and resources and other use for the green technology. So it's a lots of the barrier in our SMEC barriers. So it's a limited resources where and there are not improve the productivities and poor understanding for the long-term environmental benefits and the very weak policies in our Pakistan. So because all the enterprises use the traditional methods, so he cannot handle this environmental policies, and so increase the populations and so green economy practices help the business reduce wastage and save the energy and improve the long-term growth. Next, please. My research objectives are analysis the current sustainable practices adopted in the Pakistan small and medium enterprises, evaluate the green economy implementations. So this year's, so identify the key challenges and facilitate the green economy adoptions, and assess the impact of the sustainable practices on SME performances because they employ and the manager performance and another industrial performance. So propose the strategies to enhance the green adoptions, and the questions are heads are just how to manage and how to adopt these sustainable practices in Pakistan as small enterprises and how the green economy principles being implemented, and what's the challenges and barriers are comes from to adoptions the green economy in small enterprises, and how to sustainable the practices affect the small enterprises performances, and so what the strategy how to implement the sectors and how to save the energy and the resources. So we can discuss in our studies how can improve your sustainable practices through the green economy. Next, please. Next. So we use in our literature review the three theories is sustainable theories, because the sustainable theories are very important in this theory, because business should be reduce the environmental damage. So we can use this theory. It's economy. This explains how should they achieve the economy growth, and while also protecting the environments and the society. So we use the economy business in having the sustainable models which achieve the long-term resilience and competency, using the small enterprises in create the environmental consideration in decision making. And the second is triple bottom line frameworks, because it's linked to the in profit, people, and planet dimensions, because the small enterprises implement the TBL practices, because profit there are the many things, because the profit is reduced, the growth, cost reductions, high productions, people's employee safety, fair image, wages, and community welfare. And the planet is also the reduced populations and environment efficiency and waste management. So green economy is the sustainable role in this study. So emphasize that the transitions requires the innovations, clean technology, investments, and institutional supports with the same. So empirical studies show the positive correlations between the sustained practices and SME performance, because the green dynamic capabilities, hence the competency and circular economy practices, improve the operational efficiencies and the business practices also. Next, please. So lots of the barriers adoptions this sustainable practices in businesses. So first of all, the barriers is the financial constraints, highly cost, limited access green financing, lack of technology, and the weak of policies gaps. And the second one is a government regulation, environmental policies, customer demands were used for the eco-friendly systems, market pressures, investors, stakeholders, and lots of leadership commitments. And other is a ICT literacy, because no one know how to use the technology. So it's a very big gap. And role of the green innovations develops economy, products, process to reduce the environmental harm. So SME implement these strategies, how improve the efficiency, how to improve our environmental performance, and how to improve in international market to sustainable structures. Next, please. So in our theoretical frameworks, we use the key theories for this is the sustainable theories, triple bottom, because the profit peoples and the planet, the green economy are also explained in this slide, and resource-based view, because it's a very important, because it view this how to achieve the resource and how to utilize the resources in the business practices. Institutional theories also explains this, how to improve this theory, how can we use this in these studies. So these are theories explained over structure. Institutional theory also explains that the organizational practices are shaped by regulatory, normative, country pressure from the institutional environment. So as a mediating role is a green economy that is a impact on the over lots of variables. So it's green supply chain management, resource efficiency, waste management, green innovation, and environmental management. And the dependent variable is also a very important role in this theory. Financial performance, how the profitability, resource cost efficiency, and the environmental performance is also reductions in emission resources conservations, waste reductions, and operational performance, productivity, quality management, operation efficiency, competence or competitive advantages is make sure that this. And the also moderating roles is very important for in this study. Is the government regulations and policies, market pressures and customer demands, assessed how to get green finance and incentives and green technology infrastructure organizational structures. So we can explain these are conceptual frameworks for improving business practices through the green economy. So next, please. Conceptual framework, I also explained these key independent variables are these are the sustainable practices, energy efficiency, waste management, eco-friendly productions. Green innovations means green products, clean technology adaptations, and environmental management says the environmental reportings and reduce the populations, pollutions and other things. So mediating role is the green economy policy, clean tech investment, institutional frameworks, and moderating is also government policies, regulations. These are very impact in these studies because the government rules and regulations are also very affected in this study. And ICT literacy and digital independent variables, SME, financial revenue growth, profitability, cost reductions. Environmental performance is the carbon footprint reduction, resource efficiency. So competency, advantages, market position, export richness, and innovations. Next, please. Next. So we use this research methodology. We use the quantitative and research in the organizations, many organizations. So we use the quantitative design for between the sustainable practices and semi performance measuring variables to the statistical analysis. So we use the research approach is a deductive approach that is evaluating the theoretical construct against the empirical data from Pakistan small enterprises to validate the sustainable research assumptions. So population is sampling is targeting the manufacturing, service, trade sectors. So our sample size is 250 and 400 as determined by Rejike and Morgan formulas. So data collections from is a primary data, is a demographics, sustainable practices, green innovations, performance indicator. So we run this data on SPSS version 26 and the descriptive correlations, regulation, and validities. And so reliability is con alpha is 0.7 is acceptable on the SSP software. Next, please. So we finding analysis with respondents majority the small enterprises owners and managers aged is 31 to 40s and integrate the involvement the Pakistan's small enterprises sectors. So reliability assessment so is reliability is Convac alpha is 0.7 confirming strong internal consistency across the all measured variables. So descriptive statistic is a moderate to high adoption, the sustainable practices reflecting growing awareness of green economy benefits energy. So correlations between the significant value is 0.01 and so sustainable show the strongest correlation with the SME performance and highlighted their circle row. So regression analysis is the best fits model is our score is 0.64. That's the regression is variance performance between the SME performance and emerge the most significant predictor and confirming the direct impact on business outcomes. Next, please. So key finding is and discussions are the sustainable practices significantly enhance the small enterprises performance in Pakistan. So green innovations improve the both efficiencies and competency. And so moderated role is also stronger the institutional sports and the better access to green financing. So we can through from the frameworks the validation. So empirical studies of all independent variables have positive impact on the SME performance. So theoretical expectations, the green economy is a framework is also interact on all variables and the implementation also confirms. So discussions, the sustainable practices, strong predictive for CMA performance and the green innovations is also improve the efficiency and market competency and green economy implications mediate the relationship between the practices and performance. Government policies, so very much important. Go moderate or adaptation, but enforce remain weak. And green finance is a critical moderate. So SEM is still slack. So maybe next, please. So last is their conclusions. The summary of this study is growing the trend of SM towards the energy efficiency and waste reduction. So is the strong positive sustainable SCM in performance. So green innovation significantly improve the efficiency and implementation by financially regulatory limitations. And this fit model is also explain the 64% variance in small enterprises performance in Pakistan. So we contributions in this study is the policymakers and the business leader, hence the academic leader to green transitions in developing economy in the Pakistan. So contribute to Pakistan sustainable development because it's a lots of economy compared if we compare to the in other countries like Bangladesh, so it's very down over economy. So it's a very good practice if the implement the and the policy and rules and regulations implements in over Pakistan. So strategy recommendation, the policy and finance expand the access to green financing. Strengthen the environmental regulations and compliance mechanism. So capacity building. So it's very important for the training programs and provide the green technology transfers and innovation incentives. And the sports is their strength is SME DEA role is to develop the SCMA certifications and sport programs. So future is conduct a longitude studies and expand the more sectors and regions of Pakistan. So thank you so much for listening me and for this presentation. And so thank you for giving me opportunity to attend this conference. So much thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Iram Ghaffar. So basically, it's very interesting frameworks, conceptual frameworks, and also the findings. So I think only 1 to 2 questions from the participants because we already like at the end of the session.
Can you please type this question because your voice is very low from my side.
Yeah, any question from the floor?
If you don't mind, please. Ma'am, can you please write this question if you don't mind?
No, I'm asking the participants to write the questions.
Okay, fine. I listen you. Sorry.
Because this is a very interesting. So when we talk about the green economics, it is a very interesting frameworks, right? Because I can see that there is a few. It's not a few. I think 5 IV 5. 4 to 5 DV. So you have the moderating, you have the mediating. Basically, it's like you cover all aspect for the green economics, right? Okay, so we have one question from the Mr. John. So thank you for sharing your research. So you mentioned that the green innovation significantly enhanced competitive advantage and export readiness under the international sustainability standards. So for developing economies, so how can the policymakers ensure that the pushing for green SME certification doesn't inadvertently marginalize smaller localized macro enterprise that lack the digital readiness or initial capital to comply?
Yes, I talked to this question. I listened to this question. So to avoid the green SMAC certifications merging in micro enterprises in developing economic, policymakers should design systems that reduce the entry barriers rather the strict filters. So we can approaches these included the trade certification step by step levels instead of pass and fail, and subsidize the sports providing the shared tools, digital platforms, and local assistance center to reduce, and cluster based certifications say this certified the groups cooperative industrial clusters, so micro enterprises benefit from the shared comprehensive system. So flexible standards is use the simplified requirement for informal, very small with the firms, and so link the certification to benefits and digital inclusions like this ensure the low intake, and it's also about overall the goal to make the green certification development pathway. So it is very important for us. Green updating forms and green gatekeeping mechanism that exclude the small enterprises.
Okay, so thank you,
Thank you,
Ms.
ma'am.
Ram. Okay, so because of I think we need to move to the next presenter so that we can end the session sharp at
Okay, another question?
So I think we can move to the next presenter because the time is very limited. So we
Yes, I
still
can
have
explain this what the
but you
Pakistan.
can write your answer in chat box basically.
Okay,
Mm,
so I can
okay.
answer.
Yeah, you can write your answer in the
Okay.
chat box.
Okay. Fine. So the next question is: should government encourage the green economy more and cottage home industries? So this answer is: Pakistan needs the urgently jobs gaps, energy, climates, and so many reasons are here in our Pakistan. So it's a small answer is we should. This policy makes sure that in Pakistan's in one line, the cottage industries and the economy, it's need to green cottage economy while the scaling green industries. So it's risks to low productivity growth, green merge policy only. So it's a risk jobless growth and inequality. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Iram.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we need to move to the last presenter, Mr. Ahmed Widino. Okay, so Mr. Ahmed Widino with the title "The Effect of El Nino and La Nina on the Export Performance of Indonesian Agriculture Commodities Under the Threat of Green Economics." Okay, so I welcome Mr. Ahmed Widino to present your paper.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear my voice?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, put it in a slideshow. Okay, thank you. I can see it clearly.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Ahmed Aryawdino, and I would like to present you my paper about the effect of El Nino and La Nina on the export performance of Indonesia agricultural commodities. Oh, sorry. Is my PowerPoint okay? Okay, sip. So, El Nino is a phenomenon that characterized by the higher than average sea surface level, while La Nina is the lower temperature. So both of El Nino and La Nina are the primary cause of the climates and weather change in many countries in the world. It occurs in irregular cycle every 2 to 7 years, altering ocean temperature and disrupting rainfall and normal rain. Indonesia as a tropical country is highly vulnerable to this phenomenon because we can say that almost all of our life affect with the agricultural commodities. So this we can say that the severe and so El Nino Southern Alation that was periodically El Nino and La Nina that happened in the world, and we can see that Indonesia not only it can disrupt the production on the agricultural commodity, it also can lead to an accident like a forest fire. The effect is varying across the globe. So sometimes in the same time, there is El Nino in one country and La Nina in other countries. So it's very interesting to see how they difference the effect. Indonesia itself have divided its sector into a few depend on its contribution to the GDP, and agriculture, forestry, and fishery is the third highest with 13%, below the manufacturing and the wholesale and retail trade. So the objective of this research is to see how the El Nino and La Nina phenomenon can affect the agro commodity, especially we focus the downstream export in Indonesia. We also see how the relation between agricultural production and the export agricultural export commodity. We also want to see what other factors that affect the export in Indonesia. So we use the macroeconomic macroeconomic control variable. So this is the framework for this research. For the international trade, we use the gravity model as a base. It states that the country want to do the international trade with other country because of the first they're willing to do the international trade with the larger country. Usually it depends on their GDP or GDP per capita. And second, when it is geographic the distance is short. Also, some other study said that the country also willing to trade with other country with the same historical and cultural background. So that is. We also propose the exchange rate and interest rate as a control variable as the previous research. They often link between these two variables with the export. So in agriculture, we see how the production in the El Nino season and the La Nina season. So we have two models for this. We use secondary data obtained from the official website of World Bank and World Trade Organization. The analysis use quantitative descriptive analysis, and we use Microsoft Excel and Stata 70 to do the calculating. In line with the research from the previous research, we use the ordinary least square as a method with the time series data. So this is the model for this research. The first model is the El Nino model, and the second one the La Nina model. El Nino and La Nina, we made it a dummy variable in this model. If happened in that year, so we put 1 on that, and if there is no twisted zero. So this is the result of the model. We can see that GDP per capita, and interest rate do not affect export significantly, but the other is significantly affect export. And this is the t-test for significantly testnya, and this is how the analysis goes. So with the index productivity index crop, the agricultural production index, we have a positive relationship where when it high, when it rise, the export also rise. El Nino have a negative effect, while La Nina have the positive effect, and etc. So for the conclusion, the regression model present show that El Nino does indeed hurt Indonesian agricultural commodity export. This is consistent with the previous research that found that El Nino has a negative effect, resulting in loss for both agricultural production and export welfare. But unlike El Nino, La Nina has been shown a positive impact, with the result that when La Nina occur, Indonesia agro-commodity export increase. This contrasts with the previous study, which found that La Nina even had a greater negative impact than El Nino in some country. But in this research, it's usually in the four-season country, so maybe with Indonesia and this season country, the effect is relatively different. The agricultural production index has a positive relationship with the export performance. And unlike El Nino, La Nina, and El Nina, GDP and GDP per capita didn't significantly influence Indonesia agricultural commodity. The exchange rate variable has significant relationship with Indonesian agricultural commodity. This is also in line with the previous research, where the exchange rate rise, the export also rise, but interest rate doesn't have a significant effect for El Nino and La Nina model. The limitation of the study are that the data are limited to national level Indonesian data and a selected explanatory control variable. Indonesia is a large country composed of many islands, so the effect of El Nino and La Nina will vary across the country. For further research, other variable offset of this model can also be used along with a few variable within this research. The location can also be more specific in indicating which part of the Indonesia is the most affected by this phenomenon. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Ahmed. Very clear presentation related to the El Nino, La Nina. So of course, these two factors played a very important part for the export, right? Okay, about the commodity, especially for Asian. So most of the countries under the Asian depends on the agriculture commodities. Okay, so I open the for the floor for any question. I see. Okay, we already have one question from the Mr. Mark. So will you consider including the concept of balance of payment in your study or research for broader applicability? So if yes, are you open to collaboration with other members of the Asian region? So if no, what hinders you on the concept?
Yeah, yes, maybe it's a good suggestion, but I'm hardly touch the balance of payment topic, so maybe it's quite difficult for me.
Because when we use the secondary data, sometimes it depends to the data, right? Okay. But of course, I think for future we can like expand.
Yes, of course.
We can expand and we can, because this is the
Yes.
basically this conference is basically the platform for us as a researcher, academician, and also industries to collaborate with each other.
Yes.
Okay, and next from Mr. Safwan, an excellent presentation. So do you think the recent rupiah fluctuation will interact with the effect of El Nino and La Nina in future? So this one
Uh,
basically related to your.
yeah. For the El Nino and La Nina, maybe not really because it's more effect on the export sector and not El Nino La Nina. But when the fluctuation is happening with El Nino season, maybe it will what it will broke more what decrease more export in Indonesia because first we have the fluctuation problem and second we have the El Nino problem. So the effect is twice.
Okay, so thank you. Last one. Okay, last is very okay. Last one from Ms. Rika. So thank you, Mr. Ahmad, for your presentation. So I want to ask about the La Nina, since it had a positive impact on export. So excessive rain often causes the flooding, right? Okay. So in your observation, what specific factors drove this positive trend during the La Nina years?
Okay. I think first, we have a data how much occurrence of El Nino and La Nina happen in Indonesia. And with the data, we can see that El Nino happen around 28 and La Nina happen around 25. But La Nina only have like several strong La Nina that happen. While the El Nino, it has several strong and it has a new category is very strong too. So maybe that's one of the reason maybe El Nino not not decreasing the Indonesian agricultural export.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Ahmed, for your presentation. So I want to congratulate to all presenters. So we have 5 presenters in this room, basically. Okay. So I think we can move to the next session for the awarding the certificate of the presentation to all presenters. Okay.
Okay, so Dr. Nur Azima, thank you very much for the great session. So maybe a few words from Dr. Nur Azima for all the presenters, maybe some inputs for their presentation or their research.
So actually, I've learned a lot basically because we have a few tracks of the about the risk, about the green economics, about the HRMs, right? So this is a very good platform for us basically to share the ideas and also to collaborate more in future to expand all these framework and also the research. So all presenters presents the paper really good. So we're prepared basically and can answer all the question. And thank you so much to the participants. Basically, they're very active. Even we couldn't answer all the question. So I'm really sorry for that one. So we have a lot of question, but we because of the times, so we need to choose a few question only for the presenter to answer. So thank you so much to the all the to the participants and congratulations to the presenters.
All right, so thank you also to Dr. Nazima for being with us, and also thank you for the presenter who already present their paper. So after this, Doctor, we would like to move on to the certificate of presentation distribution.
Yep.
So moving on to the next agenda is the distribution of the e-certificate of presentation for all the presenters. Please welcome again Dr. Razima to congratulate and give the e-certificate to all presenters that already shown their best effort in presenting their papers.
Okay. So for this session, certificate of presentation, so I would like to congratulate Mr. Andrew Winarno for his presentation. So congratulations, Mr. Andrew Winarno. Okay, next we have congratulations to Miss Kyla Kamabelen, okay, from Philippines. So congratulations for your presentation. And the next one, our third presenter, Mr. Erwin Suryanegara from Indonesia. So congratulations to Mr. Erwin. Our next presenter, Miss Iram Ghaffar from Pakistan. Okay, congratulations, Miss Iram Ghaffar from Pakistan. Our last presenter, Ahmed Widino, Mr. Ahmed Widino from Indonesia. Congratulations, Mr. Ahmed Widino. Congratulations to all. Okay,
So
back to Miss
congratulations to all.
Vina.
Yeah, thank you. So congratulations to all the presenters who already present their papers. All of you already done a really good job. And also thank you to all audiences and participants who already participated and actively involved in giving the questions, comment, feedback, and even suggestion to all the presenters. Your active participation and contribution in the scientific forum of the 12th BEMSS is highly appreciated. So next, before we continue to the next agenda of the 12th BEMSS, let us have an e-group virtual conference photo in this session 1 of academic online presentation session in this main room. So please turn on your camera. Attendance form, as can be seen on the screen, you can scan the QR code and you can also follow the instruction in the form to get your e-certificate. And then next, on this opportunity, we would like to invite 1 or 2 representatives in this room to share their experience in participating at the conference. The purpose of this section is to encourage other scholars, students, academicians, and practitioners to join the upcoming scientific forum or conferences. So perhaps I would like to invite Mr. Safwan. Mr. Safwan, can you join us to share some of your insight or your input for this conference?
Hello, good morning or good afternoon where you are. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. To be honest, I've been to many conferences in the past in person, but this is my first virtual conference. I have to say I was really, really pleased with the experience. The presenters, all of them were very, very high quality. The keynote speaker was absolutely fantastic. Same for the other presenters. This has been a really, really positive experience, and I'm really, really grateful for it. Also, a lot of the audience questions were really good, and they elicited even further information and more valuable insights from others. So I think that's been a really, really beneficial part of this. And I know I've personally asked many questions just because I want to encourage others and I want to kind of collaborate as well. I have to say, Mr. Endro, your presentation was absolutely fantastic. I really, really loved it. And Mr. Owen about BPJS, this is something that I don't really have much knowledge on. So I think you've infused me personally to go on to do a little bit more research myself. So like I said, this was an absolutely fantastic opportunity. And I think finally, Mr. Ahmed Widino from ITB, even though it was really complex subject, you did an absolutely fantastic job. Also, on a personal level, I know you're at ITB in Bandung. I don't know if you follow the football, but Bandung Persib are going to win. I know my wife is from there, so I just wanted to say something on her behalf as well. So guys, thank you so much for giving me the platform for this and also giving this fantastic experience. I really look forward to presenting at some point in the future as well. So once again, thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Safwan, for the encouragement and also for the insight of our conference. So you can absolutely follow us in Instagram to see our next agenda, upcoming agenda. We have workshops, we have call for papers and some of that. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Safwan, and see you more in our upcoming agenda or activities. Okay, so thank you very much also for all the participants today. So ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants and attendees of the 12th BMSS. So once again, please don't forget to fill the feedback form also, so we can know all of your insight and your comment for today's conference. And then right now, allow me to read some important information related to the post-conference or the publications. So this is important for the authors or the presenters that are presenting their research today. So the information for the 12th BEMSS publication opportunity is stated on the website on the bemsconference.com. And all accepted abstracts will be published in the conference proceeding book of abstract with DOI number. And all eligible papers have the opportunity to be published in reputable international journal indexed by Scopus, Copernicus, Sinta, ProQuest, Scilite, WorldCat, Google Scholar, Dimension, and etc. Of course, the terms and conditions applied, selected by the scientific, editorial, and reviewer committee. So once again, please pay attention to the timeline. It's day +7. The author can send the full paper to their account at researchsynergysystem.com under the menu of conference day and then click upload for full paper. The full paper will undergo the scientific review process to determine your journal recommendation for publication. And all accepted papers have the opportunity to be published in reputable international journal indexed by Scopus, WS, Sinta, Copernicus, ASHI, Google Scholar, and etc. So furthermore, the committee of the 12th BMSS is committed to give added value for all conference participants by providing the forum for discussion in the Global Research Ecosystem Community Platform. By joining this community platform, you will gain more benefit and you can interact between other members and connect and also do the research collaboration ahead. Please visit globalresearchecosystem.com or scan the QR code shown on the screen. So once again, you can just simply scan the QR code and then sign up using your Google or your Facebook account. So once again, thank you for your attention and participation, and see you again on the main room. After this, after the lunch break, we still have one more session of the academic presentation session. And then we will have the awarding session that consists of Best Presentation Award, Best Paper Award, and Session Chairs recognition of the 12th International Conference on Business, Economy, Management, and Social Studies towards Sustainable Economy, or the 12th BMSS. So on behalf of the 12th BMSS organized by Research Synergy Foundation, thank you for joining us, and see you again around 1 p.m. UTC +7 Jakarta time. Please check with your time zone. So see you again in around 55 minutes.
creating impact and value are the most needed aspect that researchers and scholars encounters. Recently, upholding integrity in the scientific process has become one of the issues that we are aware of and need to be tackled. To tackle the problem arising in the research communities, we should collaborate among all stakeholders to accelerate the impact to our society. Thus, Research Synergy Foundation support and commit to all stakeholders by creating a global research ecosystem.
We are a digital social enterprise platform that focuses on developing a global research ecosystem. We build collaborative networks among researchers, scholars, professors, and practitioners globally for the realizations of knowledge accelerations and to contribute more to society and humanity. From 2017 to 2021, more than 20,000 scholars have participated in our programs from Asia, Australia, Africa, America, and Europe continents. With the average of the increasing number of members by more than 5,000 each year, we continuously strengthen the global research ecosystem by having 4 support systems that are ready to help members from across the world.
First, we have Scholarvein. It's a system that we developed for scholars to contribute more. Supported by an established IT system and professional team. One of the superior services we provide is the Integrated International Conference Management and Operating System. Scholarvein system has been conducting the international conferences platform both in person and virtual effectively and efficiently in terms of time, cost, and resource. From 2017 to 2021, the system has served over 8,448 scholars from 85 countries. Scholarvein coverage areas include but are not limited to the online submission system, pre, during, post of conference, scientific review system, global marketing system, and publication system. All-in-one scholar system for transparency and credibility in every scientific forum and activity.
Reviewer Track is a home for thousands of researchers and reviewers from all around the globe,
with whom we partner to create a global network to assist in the assessment and feedback of your research.
Artificial intelligence powers our reviewer track, ensuring that the scientific process runs smoothly and reliably.
The main goal is to emphasize the importance of the ethical process of blind or double-blind peer review. Call for reviewers and collaboration with our university partners are just a few of the projects under Reviewer Track. We also provide reviewer workshops and training, annual reviewers recognition event, and many more. As a result, Reviewer Track represents our dedication to uphold scientific integrity.
Research Synergy Institute is committed to being your research learning partner by providing some learning programs such as online lecturing session, as expert forum, as editor forum, global research ecosystem network group, RSF Research Academy, scientific and academic writing e-coaching clinic series toward publication in reputable indexed journal. Research Synergy Institutes provide the most needed research learning topics, cutting-edge research tools, and expert opinion from different backgrounds to put a global perspective for all researchers and scholars.
Research Synergy Press, we are providing and managing international journals for your institution toward global and reputable indexers.
The mission of Research Synergy Press is to deliver breakthrough professional journal management using strategic paper collaborations,
increasing diversity and resulting
So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. So, welcome back to the 12th International Conference on Business, Economy, Management, and Social Studies towards Sustainable Economy, or the 12th BEMSS. Distinguished participants and attendees of the 12th BEMSS. Now, we would like to announce the preparation of the academic presentation session 2. So for this academic online presentation session 2, will be held in this main room, and the session will be led by a session chair. And the session chair will be Dr. Ming Yu Hu from the Liaoning University of International Business and Economics, China. And all participants who will be presenting and attending the session, please stay in the main room for the academic online presentation. So before we are going to the academic online presentation session, please kindly fill the conference attendance form that can be seen on the screen. You can scan the QR code, or maybe when the committee type the attendance form in the Zoom, in the Zoom chat box, you can copy and paste the link to your browser and then fill out the form. So moving on to the academic virtual presentation session in this main room will consist of track human resource management, track consumer behavior, track education, track organizational development, and track community development. So the session chair for today will be Dr. Ming Yu Hu from Liaoning University of International Business Economics, China. And before Dr. Ming Yu sharing the session, allow me to read her profile first. So Dr. Ming Yu is currently affiliated with Liaoning University of International Business and Economics, China. And at the age of 30, she received her PhD in education from University of Technology Malaysia in 2025. Her research interests mainly include educational leadership, educational management, educational psychology, curriculum and instruction, with a particular focus on educational organizational change, leadership practice, teacher development, and digital transformation in education. As a young researcher, Dr. Hu has published more than 10 academic papers in journals indexed by Web of Science, Scopus, and other international databases over the past 3 years, demonstrating a stable research direction and solid academic foundation. With a cross-cultural educational background and international work experience, she is able to examine educational reform and talent development from the perspective of educational practice, organizational management, and intercultural comparison. Dr. Hu served as a reviewer for the International Journal of Educational Organization and Leadership and Research in Educational Administration and Leadership. She's also a member of the expert committee of the China Vocational Education Association and a member of Research and Foundation Community Platform. Her academic work reflects a sustained commitment to educational innovation, leadership development, and educational organization. So thank you, Dr. Ming Yu Hu, for being with us today. Thank you for your support for this conference. And from now onwards, I will pass the session to be led by you.
Thank you so much, Penna. Okay, very good afternoon, everyone, and all the participants and presenters and colleagues and Mr. Penna. Thank you so much. So it's my great honor to serve as a session chair for the academic online presentation session 2. And the guideline for the presentation is the presentation is limited to 10 minutes and 5 minutes for the questions and answer after each presentation. And the Q&A will facilitated by session chair and the audience and other presenters can ask questions using the chat feature, which will be read by the monitor. So the presentation will be recorded, and make sure that you are in the place free of noise to avoid the disturbances of the presentation. So have the presenters to give the presentation that these words by not talking, eating, drinking, or engaging in activities that are uncalled for during the presentation. So thank you so much. And my name is Ho Mingyu again. So from the Liaoning University, and I'm Chinese. So I'd like to sincerely thank you all, the organizing for the community for the canned innovation and give me this valuable opportunities to chair this session. So in this session, we will have the 6 presentations covering customers' behavior, education, organization development, community development, and international business. So each presenters will have a round that we talked before, 10 minutes and 5 minutes for question. So now may I kindly ask all the presenters to manage the time carefully so that everyone will have the significant time to share their work. So now let us begin our session with the first presenter. Are you sure in this one?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yes.
so Mr. Hufza previously in session 1, but he moved to session 2.
Oh, okay. I just got the information, new information.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Now let's introduce the topic, leadership and organizational citizenship behavior, the material role of employee status in the banking sector of the Pakistan. From Hufaz Iqbal. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good morning, esteemed conference chair, fellow researchers, and distinguished guests. I am Hafsa Iqbal from Rawalpindi Women's University. I joined my co-author Dr. Mavish Rashid and Dr. Hassan Iqbal. Today, I am presented to my study title, Toxic Leadership to Reduce Citizenship Behavior, examining the mediating effect of implied silence, conducting with the banking sector of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa in Pakistan. Let me begin the core problem of my studies. Organization worldwide struggle with the leadership that damage their workforce, specifically the toxic leadership, which include abusive and centers, unpredictable and authoritarian leadership. When we can say that creates an environmental for other and districtish in our studies. Thank you so much for sharing my screen. Introduction and background. Let me begin with the core problem. Organization worldwide struggle with the leadership that damage their workplace, specifically toxic leadership, which include abusive leadership, self-centered centers, and it creates an environment for fear and distress. In our study context, the word organization citizenship behavior, that's our DV, dependent variable on OCB, which keeps banking running smoothly. Those extra role efforts like helping colleagues, staying conscientious, and show more. And next, move towards our problem statement. Move to next slide kindly. Now, while the link between the toxic leadership and negative outcomes is known for 4 critical gaps in which our studies fill. First one is theoretical gap. The theoretical gap in this research, for first time we introduce organization politics as a mediating construct. Through today, I will focus on the implied silence, that's our mediation. And second one is our methodological gap that insists that older Baron and Kenny approach, we use Hayes process model 4, to check our direct and indirect effect in our studies. The third most important, that's our contextual gap. We are first to study commercial banking applies across the entire of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province, not just one city. The most important fourth one is empirical gap. This is the first study combining toxic leadership implies silence and organizational citizenship behavior in this text of context. Move to next slide. Research objectives and hypotheses. Based on these gaps, we set 4 clear objectives which led to 4 hypotheses. First one is investigate the direct and negative. impact that as you can see on screen. And next move toward our research hypothesis, that is the most important part in our research, in our studies. First one is toxic leadership. That's our ID has negative effect on our DV, organization citizenship behavior. And H2 is most important hypothesis in our study, that toxic leadership has a significant and positive relationship with implied silence, that our mediator. And H3 is implied silence has a significant negative relationship with OCB. And H4 is that implies silence mediate the relationship between toxic leadership and reduce OCB. Next, move to next slide. That's most important at the core of our research is our conceptual framework. It's examined that first we outline in our research in two robustic theories. First one is toxic leadership, that's our IV. Toxic leadership has a positive impact, significant impact on reduced citizenship behavior, that's our DV. And also toxic leadership has a direct impact on implied silence, and implied silence has indirect effect into reduced citizenship behavior, that's our DV. Let's move to next slide. Theoretical framework. We anchored our studies into two robustic theories. First one is social exchange theory, and second one is conversation resource theory. When we talk about social exchange theory, from value researchers, leadership and employees share a reciprocal relationship. Toxic leadership breaks this reciprocalship. Employees stop giving voluntary contribution and fall silent. And the other hand, conversation resource theory, from whole body researchers, employees protect their physiological resources, and a toxic leadership silence become a coping strategy to avoid the other future recession. And key construct and definition, toxic leadership is our IV, and implied silence is our mediator, and OCB, organizational citizenship behavior, that's our DV. Let's move to next slide. The most important and core of our research is research methodology. According to Sonder 2007, we say that we use in this research is research philosophy, positivist approach. We follow positive deductive approach. It means we tested theory-driven hypothesis from a quantitative data. And on the other hand, we use cross-sectional survey which distributed to commercial bank employees across KPK, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. According to Weir et al., we use selected sample size 327. And measurement scale adoption, we use toxic leadership at DLS set and implied silence at CACAGE 2008 and OCB, Lee and Ellen. According to here at all, we use the sample size and we use 5-point Likert scale from strongly disagree to agree. Move to next slide. That's respondent profile and reliability statistics. This is the core of our paper. Let me walk you through our results. Our sample was 83.5% male, 16.5% females, reflecting the benefit sector gender composition. The largest age group was 31 to 40 years, and nearly 68% held a master's degree. When we move toward the now reliability and Cron batch alpha, reliability is the most important part in our research because our all hypothesis belongs to the Cron batch alpha. So we can say that our reliability results are strongly significant and positive effect. That's value is 0.886 and it is above 0.7. Next, move to next slide. Correlation analysis. Next, Pearson correlation tested H1, H2 and H3. These are our hypotheses. In this hypothesis, we can say that dark leadership shows a significant and positive association with OCB. That's our DV. Its value about 0.307 is the P value is always less than 0.01. So we can say that this is the positive and significant effect. And although H2 is also positive and H3 is also positive, all our results are significant and positive. Next, move to next slide. Now the central question, does implied silence mediate this relationship? So we can check this mediation analysis. We use here Hayes process model to check our direct and indirect path in our studies. So now the central question, using process micro model 4 with the bootstrapping 10,000 resamples, we found that our DV is implied silence in dark leadership. It directly affects to OCB, self-promotion unpredictably. So we can say that what does partially mediation mean? It means toxic leadership reduce OCB both directly and indirectly through implied silence. Silence is not only the path, but it's a critical one. Next, move to next slide. So, what are our key conclusions? Toxic leadership, especially abusive supervision, self-promotion, and unpredictably significantly reduce organizational citizenship behavior both directly through employ silence. When we talk about theoretical and practical gap, theoretical we related conversation resource theory apply with hold their voices and efforts to protect themselves. When we talk about practically for banks in Pakistan, this is a wake-up call we recommend. We recommend for future researchers, future students, future scholars, leadership development programs to identify and reduce behavior shift, HR policies that enforce their policies. And next, move to next slide. Thank you so much for your valuable time and attention. Now I am open the floor for your valuable questions.
Okay, Miss, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
So now let's open the question floor.
Yes.
Any questions?
Any question from your side?
Any questions, everyone? You can tap in the chat box, and I will read for the presenters. Okay,
No,
Miss.
we can ask
Actually,
the question.
okay, I still no questions, Dee.
Okay,
But
thank you so much.
actually, I used to focus on the positive leadership behaviors before. But in recently years, I found really the toxic in leadership has also come into our public
Yes.
view. So
Toxic
and such,
leadership.
yeah. So and such leadership is also happened in the education field, and it also can influence our working effectives. So I think this is really interesting topic.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. So
Sorry,
by the way,
this session before I have a network issue in Pakistan, you know. So yeah.
in China also. So so thank you again. But since your study is suited in Pakistan, so where power status may be relatively high. So to what extent do you think the findings are shifted by the cultural context rather than leadership behavior alone?
I think
Do you
so.
think it's more about the culture context or some others?
Yes, I conducted the study in Pakistan, like Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Khyber Pakhtunkhwa is the largest province in Pakistan. I think so. There is a lot of reduced leadership style in toxic leadership, the most critical one word. So I choose this leadership style, toxic leadership. And toxic leadership, when the leader is toxic, I mean to see that it reduces employee performance. When the performance is reduces, so the employees are becoming silent. They can't talk to their supervision, their leaders. So I think so. This is the best and suitable research that I conducted in my province.
Okay, so now as a question from John. Let me see the question.
Yes, please ask me.
Yes, let me open it. So John said your person correlation matrix relative that the share for promotion has the absolute largest negative correlation with the organization citizenship behavior. So yet the traits like the abuse supervisions often get the far more attention to the topic workplace literature based on your findings inside these commercial banks. So why does a leadership serving promotional behavior triggers much more service withdrawal of voluntary teamwork from the employees than the direct absolute supervisions?
The most important question. Thank you so much for asking me this question. I have a very curiosity to define this one because toxic when the our IV is toxic leadership and our DV organizational citizenship behavior and also implies silence is mediated. I talked to in my studies that when the leader is toxic, when the leader is toxic, so their employees, so their supervision, so their targeted employees, they cannot perform any task well because their supervisor, their team leader is toxic. Toxic leader, so employee performance reduced. When employee performance reduced, so the mediator also down. Our mediator is employee silence. Employee feel fear, employee burnout, employee hazy, so he or she didn't speak in across their supervision.
Okay, and let me see. So another question is, how does toxic leadership affect the employees' job satisfaction and organizational performance?
Yes. Well, in this question, when we say that when the leader is toxic, when the leader is abusive, when the leader is harsh, so they cannot improve their performance. So employees and judges, they cannot employ their performance, and they did not satisfy their performance because leader is abusive, leader is harsh. They didn't respond to their employees, so they can't satisfy their employee performance.
Okay, and another miss, thank you for your sharing. And she said, can you highlight the different findings with the previous literature, not only the context of Pakistan, but also in the theoretical point of view? And thank you for you.
Thank you so much for your cooperation. Thank you so much for your attention. Goodbye. Take care.
Okay. Any questions? Okay, now let's go for the next track, the consumer behavior. Okay, now let's welcome for Anna Kukar. For Anna Bukar. The social media influence towards buying behavior and decision making. Students, consumers' perspective. Welcome you.
Hi, audible. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, Doctor. We can
Yes.
hear you. Yeah.
Yes.
Just change
just
the
a
slide
minute.
into slideshow.
Yeah. Just a minute. Okay, so is my slide visible?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning to the STEAM researchers around, and good morning, Dr. Ming Yu. Good morning also to all the presenters and also to the organizers of this conference. So the title of our study is Social Media Influence Towards the Buying Behavior and Decision Making of the Students at the Students' Consumers' Perspective. Just a minute, I will have to make this disappear for a minute. Okay. Am I still there? Can I just ask for the assessment of my slides?
Yeah, right now we are seeing your introduction.
Okay. Am I sharing it correctly?
Yeah, it's already on full screen and now
Yeah,
it's
it's
on the introduction page.
Can I just ask for
Yeah,
any
you-
assistance for my slides?
Okay, we can help you in sharing.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so as an introduction of our study, actually there is undeniable increase in the usage of social media, whether it is personal or individual communication platforms or business platforms. Businesses also utilize different social media platforms for marketing and establishing customer relationship. There were many studies conducted. However, we believe that there were only very few studies that specified that their participants are student consumers. So in our paper, we gathered the perspectives of the student consumer. Next slide, please. Okay, so overall point of our research objectives is to examine the influence of social media towards buying behavior and decision making. Okay, so the research objectives in the specific points, actually we have 6. So we want to find out the foremost social media platform that influences participants' purchasing behavior. Secondly, we wanted to find out the extent of usage of different social media platforms. And third, we have to find out the extent of hours the participants spent on social media when they were searching for products to purchase. And we also want to find out the types of products the participants mostly purchase and the extent of participants' purchasing behavior as influenced by social media. We also wanted to find out the extent of participants' decision-making in the purchase of a product. So there were related studies that we have gathered, and they said that there is significant impact of social media usage on online buying behaviors and also in their purchase intentions and customer satisfaction. Some study also mentioned that social media platform significantly impact purchasing choices across various industries, including e-commerce. There were also studies which mentioned that significant effects on consumers' purchasing behavior of younger generation happened in the or influenced by social media platforms. So our methodology, or the methodology that we utilize in our study, we utilize quantitative research design, and our questionnaire is adapted from Hinterstein and Sakdiva. We modified our questionnaire, but only minimal, in order to suit with our participants. The research survey questionnaires were distributed via Google Forms. We use purposive sampling, and we have 136 participants. 66 of them are male and 70 of them are female. They were the students in one of the higher educational institutions in Oman. Our analysis, we use the descriptive statistics to analyze our data. We use also the weighted mean and the 6-point Likert scale measurement. With respect to finding out the significant relationship of gender on the consumer buying behavior and decision-making, t-test is used to determine it. So the social media platforms that we considered in our research are the Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, and YouTube. So with respect to our results, these are the results of the data that we have gathered. So to answer the specific and the general questions that we have in our study, the foremost social media platform that influence consumers' purchasing behavior, according to our respondents, they said that it is Instagram. This is the Instagram. The Instagram is commonly used by our participants. And as to the extent of the different social media platforms, At majority of the time, according to our respondents, they often use Instagram, although they also use YouTube at majority of the time. So in relation to the hours spent on social media, searching for the products to purchase, our respondents revealed that they are utilizing 1 to 2 hours. Some of our participants said that they use 1 to 2 hours. They spend 1 to 2 hours in searching for the products to purchase in the social media. As to the types of products, we actually include books, communication devices, fashion jewelry, footwear, sports equipment, household appliances, beauty products, and clothing as to the products that we included in our study. And according to our respondents, the products that usually or the somewhat commonly purchased by them are the beauty products and clothing. So with respect to the extent of participants' purchasing behavior as influenced by social media, they frequently buy the product as influenced by the social media, because the search for information about the product or service is easier on social media as compared to mass media. Our respondents also said that as to their decision making in the purchase of the product, majority of the time they were influenced because the advertisements create awareness about the latest model and features of the product. As to the hypothesized assumption, the findings supported our hypothesis. It is said in our result that there is no significant relationship of gender on buying behavior and on their buying decision or decision making, which means that whether they are male or female, the consumers buying, their buying behavior and buying decisions are not affected. So to conclude, social media influenced the student consumers' behavior and buying decision at significant extent. It is somewhat similar to the result of other researchers' output. Student consumers spend substantial amount of time to use social media in buying the products and services. They preferred Instagram and YouTube for buying the products as compared to other platforms. Social media does not only help spread information about the brand, but it also influences the perception of consumers through different means, such as the marketing and brand engagement. So participants, regardless of gender, prioritize in buying beauty products and clothing over the other products. Thank you so much for your attention, and that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much, Ms. Anna Bukhar. Thank you again. And I already seen many questions in the chat box. Let me read for you. Okay, one question is, I'd like to know from you that why did you choose a 6-point Likert scale to conduct the questionnaires? So what is the main reason to not choose a 5-point or 7-point instead? So he would like to know that. By the way, also congratulations to you and well done to you.
Thank you so much. Okay, that is a very interesting question, and this is always the question that I encounter when I'm presenting my paper. Yes, if you are going to use 5 Likert scale, there is a midpoint. And according to Robert Frary, when there is a midpoint, the respondents' answer may not be reliable, because some in the midpoint we may say something like neutral or whatever is that you will have to put in the midpoint. That is why instead that we are using 5 Likert scale, we use 6 in order that we could get the right answer from our respondents. That is the explanation for that.
Okay.
We avoid the midpoint scale.
So, what are the positive and negative effects of social media on students' buying decisions?
Sorry?
What are the positive and negative effects of social media on students' buying decisions?
Positive and negative effects. Personally, I could say that the positive effects of buying decisions of the students in relation to the social media. The positive effects is that very easy for them to get the products that you wanted to purchase. However, the negative effects is that we cannot be sure as to the quality of the products. I think this is one of the negative effects.
Okay. So, to what extent does the social media influence the buying decision of students?
I think it is there in my presentation. The extent is it's somewhat not to the fullest extent that the social media influence the buying decision of the students. It is somewhat not fully. So it means to say that it's not at the fullest extent that they are influenced by the social media in buying the products.
Okay. So in your study, how do you distinguish between the social media influence that only creates interest or desires and the social media influence that actually leads to real sorry, the my tongue.
No
purchasing decisions among the students consumers.
Okay. So much question now. Very interesting study.
Yeah, I'm really interested to your topic.
Yeah, actually, I didn't expect so much question for this because our study is just very simple. However, I really appreciate the questions. Okay, how do you distinguish between social media influence and that only creates interest and desire, and social media influence that actually leads to real purchasing? Our study actually did not involve about the influence that creates only desire and interest of buying, but our question is it influenced their purchasing decision and their buying behavior. So how I'm going to distinguish this one is that it is different when we will say that their decision is not influenced by the social media, and it is also different when we say social media influence their desire, because making the decision is something like you want to buy it now, but when we have the intention or the interest, it may be you just or sorry, you need to buy it now. That is why you make this decision. But when we say intention, it means only that you want to buy it, but probably you have the desire only. So it seems that the definition of need and wants sit in this point.
Okay. So why you choose this sector and how the theory related to your title?
Why we choose this?
Yeah.
We chose this one because we believe that we need to know the viewpoint of the our participants, in which they were students. And what's again?
Okay, so why you choose this sector and how the theory related to your title?
Sector means
Theory.
the theory.
Yeah.
The theory or the participants?
The theory.
The theory related to
Yeah.
the purchasing behavior.
To your title. To your title.
To the title.
Yeah.
Why did we choose it?
And how the theory related to your title?
Because as I understand this question, why you choose this sector? As far as my understanding is, sector is this group of respondents.
That's two questions actually. The first is
Yeah.
why you choose this sector, and the second is how this theory relate to your title. So
Because
what theory you choose? Your theory.
The theory.
Yeah.
The research theory. I would say that the theory we are using is really in relation to the behavior of a person and also their decision making. So the theory of decision making and the theory of their behavior in purchasing the product. And the second question is how this theory relate to your title. It is because we want to find out the student's perspective. The student's perspective itself. We wanted to find out.
I think that's good. Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Bukhar, Anna. I think you already answered many questions so thank you so much. I appreciate it so much about the time limitation. So for the other audience, if you have any questions, I think you may email Ms. Anna. Okay, now let's move on.
Very much welcome, Dr. Ming. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And I found your studies quite interesting and well structured and had relevant. So I like this so much. Thank you so much. Thank you again.
Very much appreciate.
So okay, so now let's move on to the next presentation. The track education. Okay, now this topic is about the balanced learning framework of flexible competency-based higher education from Rowena Alcios-Bayen.
Hi.
Good afternoon. You may share your screen.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will just share my screen. I think my laptop hung. Can you see my screen now?
Still
Not
loading,
yet.
Doctor? Yes, now you can change it into slideshow.
Yeah, submit, please.
Is it okay now?
Yes.
All right.
Can you change it into slideshow so it can be on full screen?
It is actually slideshow already. Maybe by the internet connection or something.
Or perhaps reshare
Just shy.
again. Yeah. Or maybe do you want us to help you to share?
I did some changes actually.
Oh, okay.
That's why
All
I
right,
saw.
right.
I
So
will
we,
share now.
yeah.
Let's see. I will just remove some of my slides, okay, so that it will not be a lot of screen. Okay. I hope this is okay now. Is it now okay? Is it showing correctly now?
Yes.
All right. So again, good morning and good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Dr. Minyu and the organizers and other participants. Higher education today faces a paradox. Students demand flexibility, especially nowadays. Employers demand competencies when they're hiring people, and the institutions must uphold quality when delivering education. Too often, this pressure creates fragmented systems. So this study demonstrates that flexibility, flexcom means flexibility competency. This demonstrates that the flexibility and quality can reinforce each other. Okay, so I'm Dr. Rowena Sibayans from Gulf College, and I will show you the FlexCom, how it integrates competencies, curriculum, delivery, and analytics into a one unified system. This is the presentations overview. I'm sorry. This is the
Sorry, Dr. Rowena, I still can see your words slide.
You cannot see my screen?
I can see your slides and your words that you put aside.
Okay. But I will just remove my presentation slide. Okay.
Sorry for disturbing you.
No problem. Why it's still not there? Okay. I remove my presentation. I will go to the next one. Why it's still there? Okay. Sorry, my PowerPoint now is not responding. It's okay now. It's now, is my screen showing now?
Oh, not yet.
Okay. Is it okay now?
Could you zoom it?
It's actually the whole screen.
Okay.
I think it is my internet or I don't know.
maybe there's some problem, but
Yeah.
you may,
Can you
yeah.
Now,
hide? Yeah. Okay. Hide
Oh,
present
yeah,
as
it's
you.
fine. It's fine now.
it's okay now?
Yeah, perfect now.
All right. So again, this is my presentation overview wherein we are going to discuss about the context and problems, conceptual FlexCom framework, key components, implementation approach, and applications and the conclusions. Now, as we can see now, the growing demand for flexible education, no, not only even I believe in your country, in many of your country, many students now are actually looking for a flexible education. Not only students, but even the institution itself. Now, the challenge is the flexibility versus quality, especially if we are using the what they call that, the technology in delivering our lecture or our teaching materials. So the current systems are fragmented. We are not saying that we don't have a system. We have, actually our systems are very strong already. However, it is fragmented, and there is no integrated approach that it should be presented in a one unified solutions. So that's why the Plexcom proposal offers this kind of solutions. So this is the core problem. No, the demand wherein the flexible learning models, and then the pressure from the government, from the institution that we have, even from the employer, that we have to maintain academic quality, and then the systems implementation separately. And then what will happen is the result is fragmented based on the student's experience. And of course, the FlexHome is trying to integrate this kind of system. Now, so what is missing? So the competency-based education skills that we are trying to achieve now when we are delivering it is there already. Okay. The learning, blended learning, we are doing that already in terms of how we deliver the lecture materials, especially during the pandemic. Many institutions survive with this kind of what they call that technology, okay, delivering the teaching materials. And we have the flexible pathways that I believe many of the institutions are implementing that in terms of how this learning, this teaching can be personalized to our students, and the learning analytics, which is the data insight. However, the issue now is the operation is separated or isolated in many institutions. So, and therefore, there is no a unified system that is being implemented. Now, so in this research, in this study, okay, so again, this is a conceptual, okay. So the aim is to integrate flexibility and quality. Our main objective, why we are in the education, is to produce quality and competitive graduate while meeting the demand of being flexible on how they are going to attend or to get their competencies and qualifications. So the Plexcom aligns key elements wherein it focuses on competencies, the skills that the students needs, the employers needs, the curriculum alignment, the delivery, and then the analytics. That the center of this Plexom is the student outcomes or performance or achievement. So also the purpose is to include governance and structures which involve the institutions management, and plus the government, because we are trying to make our institutions accountable and accredited as well by the government institution. So this is the aim of of my research. And this is the suggested flex competency model, wherein there are 6 layers that we have to focus in order to come up with a unified pipeline to achieve this kind of output. So the main or the center of our education is, of course, our students, the outcomes, the competency that we are trying to give to or to achieve by our students. And then the second level is the flexible learning pathways. As you will see, there are so many, even if you are going to accept some international students, some institutions are having this kind of training or what they call education system. So we are trying to embed the flexible learning pathways, whether in phase, it is a face-to-face or asynchronous or asynchronous online learning, and then the sequence process. So the third layer is about competency-based curriculum, wherein the institutions should correctly map the skills, the learning outcomes to the achievable competencies of the students. And then the layer 4 is about the blended learning ecology. And then the mastery of mastery-based assessment. And the last layer is about the learning analytics and governance. So on the sixth layer, wherein it involves now from number 1 layer to the last layer, the proposal is actually to have a clear dashboard where the activities can be monitored by the institutions and the other stakeholders involved. So this is the objective of this model. So the core principle is, so many of the institutions are, or let's say people or perception that when there is a flexibility, it will reduce quality. Why? Because you cannot control, you cannot guide, you cannot monitor the students. But in reality, once this flexibility are actually the flexibility reinforced and the quality are reinforcing one another. So there will be three mechanics to be involved in order to achieve that. One is the modular design. So the modular design is mapping the module, the learning outcomes to the competency that is needed by the students and by the industry consistently. Okay, and of course, we will add the blended learning, the engagement of the students, the participants or the learners, whether it is a face-to-face or whether it is an online or a hybrid approach. And there will be an analytics, so continuous monitoring on how this engagement and this modular design can be more effective. So it's a continuous process of improvement for the institutions. So this is the main, this is the core principles of the study. So how does it work? So in terms of the operational approach, so again, we will map the competencies to the module, design the blended learning activities when it comes to face-to-face. So synchronous online, meaning the students can immediately get the feedback. This is a teacher-students interaction, while the asynchronous online is through the LMS, video recording, and of course, once this three are combined, it will give a strong, what you call that, balance on how we are going to achieve quality. And we have the analytic dashboard. So we come up with this one because in higher education, like Gulf College are actually struggling on how we can come up with one unified system. So the application of this framework is applicable to all higher educations. Okay, so it can be done through a micro-credentials and flexible programs. So when we say micro-credential, we are talking about the short programs that they can offer. It could be from 4 to 6 weeks training to supplement or to reinforce the other program that is being by the institutions. Work integrated learning, and the competencies that we are trying to solve are the following: problem solving, leadership, ethical decision making, and analytics for quality assurance. So again, the objectives of this one is to meet the quality assurance or the accreditation of the higher institution, because like Gulf College now, we are in the process of re-accreditation, and we need to meet the what they call the requirements mandated by the government as one of our stakeholders. The limitation, the context-dependent implementation, there is no empirical validation yet, but in the future, since we are trying to implement that with Gulf College, so we will try to pilot that. No, I start with a selected program. So I belong in the computing and business as well. So this will be a pilot for our next, for my next research. So I will be needing some team for the next future, for the next research for this purpose. And then faculty use, so we will be tracking the competencies, the student progress and engagement. Of course, it will also, this output of this research will be supporting the quality assurance and for the accreditation. So again, this is scalable across all departments for a unified system. And then based on that, we will have a comparative analysis of what is really the improvement in terms of this kind of implementation. So of course, the other ethical concern is we will still be implementing according to the data protection law implemented in this country or any country. So still the data privacy will be part of our concern with the study. So flexibility is not a compromise. Once this flexibility can be structured and governed, it should be working together. So they are not opposite the flexibility. They are working together as long as it can be restructured, governed, and then connect to what the institution is trying to achieve. And of course, it will support the sustainable education. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And now we would like to invite questions or comments from the audience. Okay, so one question is, considering the repeat of the integration of the technology and the growing demand for the learners-centered education, so how can the FLAG competency framework help higher education institutions redesign their curriculum in ways that promote flexibility, inclusivity, and authentic competence development without compressing institution standards, faculty workload, and students' accountability?
Okay, so the existing models that we are facing now, that we are using now is already there, the blended learning and the competency-based education are already strong. Okay, so with this, when we integrate into one coherent system, it will be connecting the outcomes to the delivery and the assessment and analytics into a unified framework. And again, it says there that the question is I think this is the question, how can institution ensure? Is it right? That's the question, Dr. Minu?
Yes.
Okay, how
can the framework help the higher education institutions redesign their education curriculum? Yeah.
Okay, so again, with the framework that I have presented, the model, those three layers must be working together. Okay, so the ultimate goal of this is to focus on the objectives, that what are the core competencies that our graduate needs to be achieved. So since that is a competency-based learning institution, so competency-based learning, so making sure that the institutions are ready or properly or consistent, must be consistently mapped according to what are the modules and what are the industry needs. And of course, when you are developing your curriculum, your teaching materials, all those kinds of core competencies that we need, like for example, the critical thinking. So it depends on how we design our curriculum, our learning materials, our assessment as well, on how the critical thinking analysis will be embedded into that assessment in order to achieve that. So even if it says there that especially when learning becomes more individualized and tech, even if it is an individualized, because here at Gulf College where I am connected, that is one of our objective, that we have to ensure we call that as, instead of individualized, we call that as a personalized learning. Okay, so we are trying to achieve that all the students, even if they have different levels of learnings, we're trying to map and to meet their demands. So that is what, right? And we are using a different types of technology. So we have different types of tools in order to meet the individual needs of the students. We also have this what we call a pastoral support that we are trying to implementing in order to meet the individual needs of our students, especially for those slow learners students.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. John, he particularly appreciate how the framework addresses the evolving needs of learners, while still emphasize the mandatory of competencies and learner-concerned instructions in higher education. So with this, he would like to ask, in implementing the flexible and competency-based blended learning framework, how can institutions ensure that students still develop the critical thinking, cooperation, and creativity, especially when learning becomes more individualized and technology-driven?
Okay, so I would just like to give an example of what we are doing. Okay, so students experience refers to clarity. Okay, they want clarity. Okay, not the complexity of the material that you are teaching to them. So with the flexibility competence-based learning, we are trying to implement the modular unit that makes learning more transparent, and then a blended formats that would increase their engagement, and at the same time the feedback, the analytic that we are going to provide timely feedback on how this their learning can create a seamless or a what you call that, a smooth learning journey. So in that case, making sure that the institution has a clear policy on how they're going to implement. That's why one of my key stakeholder is the governance, because it cannot be done alone by the teacher, even if the teacher wants to do this thing. So one is a clear policy, clear rules and guidelines and standards on how it can be implemented.
Okay, and let me see, Mr. Ronald, he asked, how effective is the flex competency framework in terms of accessibility, flexibility, students' engagement, the company's development, and academic performance?
Okay, since my research paper is not an empirical study, so this is a conceptual study. So it was only come out I believe the answer, I can answer the questions once I have done the future research that I am trying to implement at Gulf College, because this is a conceptual model, and most of the ideas are coming from a different institutions based on the literature, based on the different institutions here in Oman. We studied different types of approach. This is just a conceptual. So in terms of the effectiveness, I cannot assure you that this is very effective, but I believe that this is not something new. Let's face it, real. This is not something new. Okay, so there is already an existing one. However, the only problem is we need only to integrate from that layer 1 up to the top into something. Because now, like now, when we are submitting the documents, we have to, we need the outcome of the students, we will go to this department. And when we need to come up with this, we will go to the next department. And then we need this kind of data, we will go to the next. So it will be difficult to consolidate those information if this kind of, that we're doing is separated. So again, our method now is already strong. I cannot say it's already strong, it is there already, but what we are trying to solve only in this study is to have a one unified learning process. Pipeline on how we are going to achieve from that core center with the help of the governance, with the executive management and the government institutions. Again, this is not new. It is already there. Only what we are trying to solve is the unifications, the unified solutions.
Okay, another question from Mariam, and I'm also interested in this question too. So, in what way does the flexible competence module prepare students for the future careers and lifelong learning?
Well, like one of our, like for example, I will give you again my experience based on our institutions. Okay, so again, our students' learning achievement. The purpose of our teaching is to make sure that our students can learn things easily. Okay, and we need to prepare our students to be a competitive one. So the Plexcom model can use as a different methods on how the students can achieve their KSA, their competencies. Okay? So again, we will go back to from the core. The students, we need to focus that our students are prepared. Module curriculum alignment, assessment preparation or correct guidance, standard procedures on how to give feedback, correct preparations, correct questioning of the assessment, especially that the students are using AI nowadays when they are preparing their assessment or assignment. Basically, they are more relying into that. So I think we should embrace that, but the question is how we align as a teacher, how we as a teacher align our assessment or learning materials in order to meet the AI as a tool for their learning process. So again, Plexcom is a different layer. So 100%, I cannot give you exactly because this is again a conceptual, but based on the current situation that we are doing in the college, so we already mapping all our modules, our learning outcomes, our program learning outcomes to the graduate attributes that the students will have when they graduate. So we are already in that process. So all those graduate in terms of lifelong learning, critical analysis, professional and ethics attributes of the students when they graduate, it must be from our institution itself. And then it will be serve as a guide from to our lecturer or our educators on how we can embrace this technology based on our assessment or learning materials preparations.
Okay, thank you. Actually, in China is also has been the continuously discussion about the teaching revolution, learning revolution like that. So, and they also focus on the outcomes-based education. And the curriculum design and oriented towards to the students' employabilities now. So for the job, all the universities they want the students get the good job. So most of the time they will consider about this. So it's really forward-looking and insightful. Thank you so much. And now there is another question: is what is a novelty in your research?
I actually answered that already a while ago. That
yeah, I think so. Yeah. And let me see.
So there's a question that would you recommend this to areas where internet connectivity is a challenge?
Yeah, I see that.
It's
I
a
saw
very,
that.
very challenging question, especially it happened already during the pandemic time, wherein there is a digital divide. So what the institution did is they come up with the modular learning approach. Okay, so I believe it will be a challenge, but again, with the proper standards or proper policy rules, or we should say measures on how it can be implemented when there is an internet connectivity, and the government support will also in that scenario. So one can be in the form of asynchronous learning, where students, for example, if they have a chance while they're in college, so they can be instructed to go with asynchronous learning, wherein the prepared learning materials, videos, audios, whatever kind of materials that is downloadable, that when they went to their houses, they don't need internet connection. So asynchronous learning can be addressed this kind of in this question, I believe so.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I think you already answered so many questions, plenty questions, and really did excellent job. And thank you again because of time limitation. So may I move to the next presentation?
Thank
Isfana?
you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Rina. Thank you so much. Okay, now this floor is for the foreign direct investment and financial inclusion, a dynamic cross-flow analysis using a panel word model from the AppHim Al Chalabi.
Good morning, good afternoon for everybody, for organizers. I'm thankful for give me this chance for participate in this important conference. Okay, I will share my presentation. Yes. Okay. I think it's clear.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Now it's clear, the presentation.
Yes, so from my side, we already see your slide. Is it already for
Okay.
me? Already for me?
Maybe my internet problem here.
Or on the tab, on the top of the Zoom.
I sent my presentation to the host if
Oh,
is
yeah.
it not
Okay.
okay.
Yes, so yeah, you can. I think you can.
I will unshare.
Yeah. We already see your shared screen.
Stop share. I will stop share my presentation. Can you please?
Can you send it
I
through the
send the
Zoom?
presentation to the host.
Oh, can you send it through Zoom chat? Sir?
Is it available for the host? My presentation.
So we cannot open the file because the file is, I think, corrupted. Maybe you can resend
Okay,
it
I will
to
share my
us.
present. Will
Or
share
you can,
my.
you just share your screen.
Okay, I will share the alt screen. Okay. I will
Okay.
share alt screen, and then okay. Mhm. Now, is it clear? The presentation?
Yes, you may zoom it now.
Yes, okay. Thank you. My paper is Foreign Direct Investment and Financial Inclusion, a Dynamic Causal Analysis using panel vector autoregressive model. Foreign direct investment is most important drivers for economic growth globally, particularly for developing countries to provide finance, productive projects, transfer modern technology. The problem is the relationship between foreign direct investment and the financial inclusion, which impact the other. Is financial inclusion attract the foreign direct investment, or foreign direct investment attract financial inclusion, or there is a bidirectional relationship between these two variables? This is the main question of our paper. We use three pillars indicators for measuring financial inclusion. Financial inclusion is the process that ensures the availability, accessibility, and usability of financial services to all segments of society, especially the poor people. There's many indicators that can measure financial inclusion. In this paper, we use three of them. The first one is financial access, represented by owning bank accounting, and the other is related to service usage, like saving money, obtaining loans, and making digital payment. And the third pillar is the financial well-being, like ability to manage financial emergencies and ensure long-term financial security. Foreign direct investment also have more measures. In this paper, we use the inward foreign direct investment stock as percentage of GDP. As it represents the size of long-term investment better than FDI flow does. How financial inclusion attract foreign direct investment? Financial inclusion can expand the user base, which provides more funding for foreign companies and reduces credit risk through portfolio diversification. Also, higher transaction volumes through financial institution reduce the transaction cost and boost confidence in the financial system, which improve resource allocation. Financial inclusion, diversifying the depositor and borrower base, that will reduce deposit volatility, especially during a crisis, which creating a safer investment environment for foreign company. In the other side, how FDI can enhance financial inclusion? Number one, foreign companies open accounts in local banks that providing additional resources for lending activities and expanding credit availability for the domestic economy. Also, demand for high quality in financial services incentivizes local banks to innovate, adopt advanced technologies, and expand their service scope to meet global standards. Multinational corporations transfer advanced technology, particularly in information and communication sectors, which enabling digital financial services and expanding inclusion or financial inclusion. The bi-directional relationship or theory relationship between the financial inclusion and FDI. Now, we want to investigate the direction of relation between financial inclusion and FDI. Our sample consists of 76 countries, developed and developing. For the period 27 and 2023, our data are unbalanced. We use four endogenous variables, foreign direct investment and financial inclusion, which is composite of three indicators, banks, branch of banks, ATM, and borrowers. The third is domestic investment, which represented by gross capital formation. And the fourth variable is education, which represented by mean years of schooling. We use panel vector autoregressive Granger causality test to determine the causal direction between FDI and financial inclusion, and impulse response function to measure the shock effects, forecast error variance decomposition to measure the relative importance of each of the four endogenous variables. Now, our results are there is a positive and statistically significant impact at 5% significance level from financial inclusion towards FDI. Also, education and domestic investment have a positive impact and statistically significant at 10% on FDI stock. This result indicates that every increase in the financial inclusion index is associated with substantial increase in FDI stock, which confirms that the critical importance of developing the financial sector as a tool for attracting foreign capital. Causal relationship results. We use the Granger causality test. The Granger causality test confirms the unidirectional causal relationship from financial inclusion to FDI stock. Financial inclusion temporarily precedes FDI, indicating that financial sector development is the primary driver of foreign investment attraction. But there is no evidence that FDI causes increased financial inclusion in our sample. Impulse response function indicate that a positive shock to financial inclusion generates an immediate positive response in FDI stock. This positive response persists for 5 years following the initial shock. Indicates that financial inclusion effect is not temporary, but represent a long-term and stable impact, supporting the sustainable economic growth. Okay. Factors variance decomposition analysis indicate that shocks to financial inclusion contribute approximately 6% to FDI stock volatility. This contribution rate persists from 8th to 10th year, demonstrating stability, confirms that financial inclusion is a persistent structure determinant, not only temporary effect that fades over time. The main conclusion that is financial inclusion not only affects FDI in the short term, but maintenance in its influence over the long term, making it fundamental pillars of strategies to attract investment. Our policy recommendation, the main 5 recommendation is provide government funding and support to expand financial services to underserved regions and population, especially poor people in the poor region. Develop diverse financial products tailored to different population segments, particularly small savers and SMEs. Invest in financial technology and digital services to reduce access barriers and transaction costs. Build robust legal and regulatory framework that protect investors and depositor rights and ensure stability, and create attractive investment environments and streamlined procedures to encourage for foreign capital influence. The key findings of our paper is that financial inclusion has a significant positive impact on FDI. The causal relationship is unidirectional from financial inclusion to FDI. Effects persist for 5 to 10 years, indicating long-term structural importance. Financial inclusion reduces investor risk and increases returns. Financial inclusion-focused policies attract greater foreign investment. In the end, countries prioritizing financial inclusion expansion will achieve faster economic growth and attract more sustainable foreign investment, creating a virtuous cycle of development and prosperity. Okay, this is my paper, and thank you for your listening. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. And there are some questions on the floor here. Let me see. The first question is, what is the relationship between the foreign direct investment and financial inclusion in developing economies?
The last phrase, I don't hear it. The relationship between FDI and FI, what is it?
Sorry?
Please
Can you hear me?
repeat the question, please.
Okay. What is the relationship between foreign direct investment and the financial inclusion in developing economies?
Developing economics, yes. Okay, our papers reach that the financial inclusion attracts foreign direct investment, but there is no no opposite causality. FDI did not attract foreign financial inclusion, but financial inclusion attracts foreign direct investment. So we must enhance financial inclusion in order to bring more foreign direct investment in developing countries.
Okay, now why is the financial well-being important for the individuals?
Financial inclusion is important.
For individuals.
Yes, okay. Financial inclusion enhance poor people and make them to invest their resources, material resources, and human resources. This maybe reduces the poverty in developing countries. Financial inclusion also will enhancing investment, local investment, and foreign direct investment. Financial inclusion enhance the technology development in our countries. There is many benefit. There is many many benefits from financial inclusion that can developing countries get from it.
And why did you choose this topic?
Why what? This.
Why do you choose this topic?
Oh yes. I am here in Iraq. There is a problem in financial inclusion. The financial system in Iraq is poor. Now there is the government, Iraqi government, do their best in order to develop the financial inclusion because the Iraqi economy highly dependent on the public sector. We need to incentivize the private sectors. So financial inclusion will provide the finance for many small business and which encourage public sectors to develop.
Okay, so which aspect of financial inclusion is most affected by the foreign direct investment?
Okay, maybe there is many aspects. It's important, but now the digital financial inclusion is the most important because we have a technology, a high technology in ICT. This may be make transaction is easily and maybe enable many people to get loans that they need for opening their businesses. There are many aspects that is important for financial inclusion, but I think the accessibility to financial services it's the most important here, Iraq and other developing countries.
So can you recommend for comparative study on the financial inclusive policies between capitalist and the socialist society?
Don't understand the question. Can I?
From the Alexander?
Okay. Okay. Then, can you repeat the question? I don't understand it.
Okay, so can you recommend for a comparative study on financial inclusive policies?
Yes, study, yes. Okay.
Yeah.
It's so important. It's so important for studying the financial inclusion, especially after the revolution of ICT technology. The financial inclusion is most important, and day after day, its importance is be more and more. I think our work will transfer to use the electronic money, and so financial inclusion, especially digital financial inclusion, will be more important in the near future. So we need many studies about this subject.
Thank you for your answering. And Dr. Rowena asked, does foreign direct investment truly expand financial inclusion for all groups, or does it mainly benefit certain sectors and leave vulnerable population behind?
Yes. Financial inclusion financial inclusion is more important for the poor people with limited income. These people must benefit from the financial inclusion. Financial inclusion will help this fragment people to go out of their poverty, to reduce poverty, to enhance their income. Financial inclusion may be enable this segment of people to get a good chance for be richer. So financial inclusion mainly benefit the poor people more than rich people. This the policy must be in the financial inclusion.
And how your study is unidirectional, or which software you used to test your hypothesis, what is the novelty in your research?
Okay. Our research enhanced recommended the government to enhance financial inclusion, to decrease the bureaucratic barriers for getting financial service, especially for poor people. This need a high efforts from government for developing the financial system in all developing countries. I think now in our developing countries must do their best, serious best in order to change their financial system towards digital financial, towards banking system, and we must give up the classic financial system which uses the cash money. Okay.
Okay, and thank you so much for your answering. And Alexander also said the knowledge sharing session is satisfying. And thank you so much. Thank you. And another two questions. I think because of the time limitation, you may email the presenters, and let's move on the next presentation. Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Dr. Mingyu, so we just have information that the next two presenters cannot be here today. So perhaps if I may, I would like to ask to Professor Ibrahim for the
Yes,
colleagues
okay.
from Mosul University. Are they
Yes.
going to come to present?
Yes, Helgert, I think he could not come to present because now he was defending a doctoral dissertation.
Okay. And then
Yes.
I think we have another one, Shira, under the name of Shira. If she's going to present, Shira Harun Yunis. So since what about
Shira?
Yeah, Shira.
Yeah. Okay. And then animate this. Mic, Shira, mic. Animate.
Is her account is Hashim?
الو
So yeah,
دكتور ده احاول افتح المايك ما يفتح ما اعرف
And
شلون
so Dr.
دكتور
So Dr. Mingyu,
there's
I think
some
I don't know.
problem in mic
Oh,
for Shira.
okay. Oh yeah. So we are still have one more presenter, Dr. Miyu, but she is now preparing her microphone or figuring out the technical things. So perhaps we can wait for her. If you would like to discuss more, or maybe Dr. Ming has some insight for our presenters today, you can do that while we are waiting for Miss Hashim to prepare her presentation.
So actually, just now still have some questions left in the chat box, and they also interested in the last in the foreign direct investment and the financial inclusion about this topic. So could we finish the rest two questions, Dr. Abkim? Is that possible? Dr. Abkim, are you there?
Hello.
I think we already have the next presenter.
she's there.
Yeah.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's okay.
Can you hear me?
Hello. It's okay.
Okay, now
Okay.
welcome you, Share Kahari Eunice. Now let's go for this presentation, the impact of free zone on foreign direct investment and applied study on a sample of developing countries.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello,
Miss
you
Hashim.
can share your screen now.
We will help you in
Hello,
sharing the
everyone.
screen. Yeah.
Yes.
We will help you in sharing the screen, and then you can say next to
I
us.
will present my. I will present. Is my sound okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. I will present our paper title, The Impact of Free Zone on Foreign Directed Investment, an applied study of a sample of countries. The main problem this study addresses is a data scarcity and the absence of any international approved index to measure the special structure of free zone to bridge this gap. Our study introduce only any original quantitative index based on the cumulative area of free zone over time, covering 90 developing countries from 2000 to 2024 with 209 observation. We employed a panel ARDL model with a pooled mean group PMG estimation. This allows us to distinguish between short-run dynamic response and the homogeneous long-run relationship. Our empirical result provide a critical insight. In the long run, the free zone variable LNFZ has a high significant positive coefficient of 0.05, p equal 0.005, that provides that expanding the cumulative area of reason successful enhance FDI inflows in the long run. In the short run, the change variable DLNFZ show no statistic significant significant p equal 0.9. This indicate that the development impact of reason is a gradual, requires time to materials error correction model. The quantic coefficient is negative and height significant at minus 0.35. P equals 0.0011. This strongly confirms the existence of a stable long run configuration and detecting that about 5.7 of short run imbalance are corrected annual back to the equilibrium. In conclusion, our model confirms that free zone are high effect policy tools for attracting capital, but their successful depends on the long term commitment and institutional stability. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. And let me see, there is one question in the chat box. Okay. I don't think it's a question for you. Okay, now let's open the question floor. Okay. Yeah, I highly appreciate there is no question for you. I think you did great. Are there any questions for the other audience? Okay, now thank you again. I think this is also a meaningful study. And at this point, I would like to say there is no reason questions from all the audience. Thank you so much. So now we are finished. We already finished all the presentations. Is that right, Miss Fenna?
Yes, Dr.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. So thank you all the presenters and the participants. This session have covered a diverse range of the topic from the education, learning frameworks, to the microeconomic and international business issues and so on. So deposit this diversity or the presentations shared a strong community to the addressing important the contemporary challenge. So through the research based on learner science, this session has been insightful, engaging, and I'd like to thank you all once again for all the excellent contributions. Thank you so much. So now we will present the certificate to the speakers. Is that right, Ms. Fenna?
Yes. So I would like to say thank you first to Dr. Mingyu for being with us today, and then for the insight. So hopefully we can collaborate again in the next upcoming agenda or conferences. So right now we are going to go to the certificate of presentation distribution. So please welcome Dr. Mingyu to congratulate and give the e-certificate of presentation for all the presenters.
At first, congratulations to Hoof Akaba. This is your e-certificate. Thank you for your contribution. Okay, now let's move to next. Thank you so much for Anna Bukar. Thank you. This is your certificate and thank you for your excellent presentation. Congratulations, Dr. Rowena. This is your certificate, and you did excellent answering for the question part, Q&A part, and the excellent presentation. Thank you so much. Dr. Abkim, thank you so much for your presentation. You did so well, and this is your e-certificate. Thank you for your contribution. And congratulations, Hansen. This is your e-certificate. Thank you so much.
So thank you for the great session once again, Dr. Mingyu. And congratulations to all the presenters who already presenting their papers. All of you already done a really good job. And also thank you to all the audiences and participants who already participated and actively involved in giving the question, comment, feedback, and even suggestion to the presenters. So before we continue to the next agenda of the 12 BMSS, let us have an e-group virtual conference photo in the session 2 of the academic online presentation session. Participants to fill out the attendance form as can be seen on the screen. And then in this opportunity, we would like to invite one or two representatives in this room to share their experience in participating at the conference. So the purpose of this section is to encourage other scholars, students, academicians, and practitioners to join the upcoming scientific forum or conferences. So perhaps I would like to ask some of the presenter and also from the audience. So let me check. Okay, perhaps from one of the participants, maybe Dr. Let's see, maybe from Dr. Ronald Cordova. Would you like to share some of your insight of today's conference?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me. And I want to thank also our colleagues there, Dr. Rowena and Dr. Anna, and also to Dr. Mingyu Hao and Dr. Fina. Thank you also. Yeah, it's really a very smooth conference, and all the participants really learned a lot from this conference, and we wish to see you more of these kinds of activities in the near future. Thank you. Thank you so much, and take care. Congratulations, of course.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ronald, for the comments, and then we hope to see you more in our upcoming agenda also. So maybe perhaps from one of the presenters, maybe from Professor Ibrahim Al-Khalabi, just like to share your insight, maybe right now as a presenter, Doctor.
Thank you very much for all the presenters and for the organizers. It's an excellent activity, academic activity. It's provide a good chance for all students, high students, to submit their presentation related to their projects, academic projects. I think this is not the first time of my participation in these activities. Thank you very much for all organizers and participants in this conference. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Ibrahim Al-Khalabi, for your time today to present your research. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants and attendees of the 12th BEMSS. So once again, please don't forget to fill the feedback form as can be seen on the screen. And then the committee will also type in the Zoom chat box for the link for this attendance and also the feedback form. And then next, allow me to read some important information related to the post-conference information. So all accepted abstract from this conference will be published in the conference proceeding book of abstract with DOI. And then all the information for the 12th BEMSS publication opportunity is stated on the website on the bemsconference.com. And all eligible papers have the opportunity to be published in reputable international journal indexed by Scopus, Copernicus, Sinta, ProQuest, Scilite, WorldCat, Google Scholar, Dimension, and etc. The terms and conditions apply, selected by scientific editorial and reviewer committee. So please pay attention to the timeline. It's day +7, so you can submit your full paper to your account at the researchsynergysystem.com under the menu of conference day, and then click upload full paper. So the full paper will need to have 5,000 to 8,000 words in maximum, including the reference. And then the full paper will undergo the scientific review process to determine your journal recommendation for publication. All accepted papers have the opportunity to be published in reputable international journal indexed by the Scopus, Sinta, Copernicus, ASCII, Google Scholar, and etc. So furthermore, the committee of the 12th BEMSS is committed to give the added value for all conference participants by providing the forum for discussion in the Global Research Ecosystem Community Platform. So in this platform, you can join this community, and then you can gain more benefit and can interact between other members and then connect and also do the research collaboration ahead. So please visit globalresearchecosystem.com or scan the QR code shown on the screen. So once again, to join, you can just scan the QR code to be a member of the Global Research Ecosystem. So thank you once again for your attention and participation in the session 2 of the 12th BEMSS. And then after this, we will have a very short break around 15 minutes to have the awarding session. for the best presentation, best paper, and session chair recognition. And after that, we will have the closing ceremony of the 12th International Conference on Business, Economy, Management, and Social Studies towards Sustainable Economy, or the 12th BEMSS. So on behalf of the 12th BEMSS organized by Research Synergy Foundation, thank you for joining and see you again in 15 minutes, just a very short break, and we will see you again at the awarding and also closing ceremony.
Thank you very much. See you later.
Each year, we continuously strengthen the global research ecosystem by having 4 support systems that are ready to help members from across the world.
First, we have Scholarvein. It's a system that we developed for scholars to contribute more. Supported by an established IT system and professional team, one of the superior services we provide is the integration is the integrated is the
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying with us throughout the session of the 12th BEMSS. And the committee already count or recapitulate the score of the presenters from the academic online presentation to determine the best presentation and also the best paper awardees. So the session chairs had selected the best presentation based on several criterions in the assessment form. So once again, thank you to all the presenters who already give their best effort in delivering the research through the presentation. So since we have two sessions, so there are two best presentation for today's conference. So on this occasion, I would like to give a special token of appreciation and recognition to the best presentation. Kindly please welcome Ms. Santi Rahmawati as the Chief Operating Officer of the Research Scientific Foundation to give away the e-certificate as the token of appreciation and recognition for the best presenter of the 12th BEMSS.
Okay, thank you so much to Ms. Vina and all the committee. So now we would like to give this special token of appreciations on their achievement in the 12th International Conference on Business Economy, Management, and Social Studies toward the Sustainable Economy, or 12th BEMSS. So for the first session, so the best presentation from the first session goes to all right, congratulations to Mr. or Dr. Ahmed Widiono from Institute Teknologi Bandung. So he already presented the research title, The Effect of El Nino and La Nina on the Export Performance of Indonesian Agriculture Commodities. So congratulations once again to Dr. or Mr. Ahmed Widiono. Thank you so much and congratulations on your achievement.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, and then for the best presentation in session 2 goes to... Okay, congratulations to Dr. Ibrahim Al-Kalabi from University of Mosul, Iraq, that for his research title, Foreign Direct Investment and Financial Inclusion, a Dynamic Causal Analysis using a Panel VAR model. So congratulations to Dr. Ibrahim and also the research team. So congratulations on your achievement in presenting your research paper in the 12th BEMSS. Congratulations.
Okay, so once again, congratulations to the awardees of the best presentation from the session 1 and the session 2. So moving on to the next award category is for the best paper award. The conference scientific review committee already selects the best paper during the submission and review process. The criteria for determining the best paper are: first is submitting the full paper within the time, no notes in ethical consideration, pass the plagiarism checking, citation appropriateness, no revision or only having minor revision in the previous review during submission, format and template alignment, novelty of the content, academic, practical, and societal contribution or the impacts. And in this 12th International Conference on Business, Economy, Management, and Social Studies toward Sustainable Economy or 12th BEMSS, we have one best paper. So on this occasion, we would like to give a special token of appreciation and recognition. Please welcome again Ms. Santi as the Chief Operating Officer of the Research Foundation to congratulate the best paper.
Okay, thank you once again to the committee. So on behalf of the Research Synergy Foundations and also on behalf also of the Scientific Review Committee on this 12th BEMSS, so we already looking through all of the full paper which is submitted to the systems, and there are 8 criteria to be scored to determine the best paper. So this is an honor and also a privilege to announce the best paper in the 12th BEMSS. Okay, so congratulations in advance to the best paper. So now we will know who is the best paper in this year conference of the 12th BEMSS. The best paper goes to, okay, so the best paper with title Foreign Direct Investment and Financial Inclusion, a dynamic causal analysis using a panel VAR model with the contributing authors Mevan Ali, Dr. Mevan Ali, and also Dr. Ibrahim Al-Kalabi from Department of Economics, College of Administrations and Economics, University of Mosul, Iraq. So congratulations to the research team of this paper and also the achievements in this 12th BEMSS this year, 2026. Congratulations once again.
All right, so once again, congratulations to the best paper awardee. So moving on to our next award category is for the session chair. So on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to appreciate and thank the session chair today with their contribution during the presentation session, the scientific forum, feedback, discussion, and knowledge sharing environment has been built to encourage participation from all the participants. So kindly please welcome again Ms. Santi Rahmawati to give a token of appreciation to all session chairs involved in the 12th BEMSS and give away the e-certificate and the appreciation.
Okay, so once again, thank you so much to our session chair today. So for the first session chair in the first session, the morning session, thank you so much to Dr. Nur Azima Binti Ahmad from Management and Science, University Malaysia, in chairing the first sessions and also with your feedback and also with your encouragement also that the discussion in this scientific forum of the 12th BEMSS can run smoothly and also encourage the active participation from all of the participants. So once again, thank you so much, Dr. Nur Azima. And then of course, we are looking forward for the future collaborations with you. Thank you so much. And of course, to our next session chair, the second session or the afternoon session. So it is a privilege also to have a Dr. Mingyu Ho Liaoning. So from the Liaoning University of the International Business in Economics, China. So thank you so much on your participations as the session chairs. So Dr. Mingyu, thank you so much for your participation. And of course, we are looking forward for the future collaborations with you ahead. Thank you so much, Dr. Mingyu.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
So Thank you once again to all the session chairs for the great involvement in today's conference. So we'd like to remind to all participants to kindly fill the feedback form of the 12 BMSS in the link that is shown on the screen. So we are sure that the discussion in this international conference today can continue to a more lively discussion in the global network research ecosystem, since we also have many questions that haven't been answered, so we can go to the forum there to discuss the topic that are delivered in the conference today. So we will provide all the participants and attendees to discuss further about the research presented in the 12 BMSS in our global research ecosystem community platform. So you can scan the QR code to join our Research Synergy Foundation community platform. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have finished the 12th International Conference on Business, Economy, Management, and Social Studies towards Sustainable Economy, or the 12 BMSS. So moving on to our last agenda, we would like to invite Ms. Santi Rahmawati, MSM, as the founder and Chief Operating Officer of the Research Synergy Foundation to give the closing speech. So to Ms. Santi Rahmawati, the floor is yours.
Okay, so thank you so much once again to all of the committee and of course to all of the distinguished keynote speaker, respected session chairs, the honorable presenters, participants, researcher, academician, and of course the members of the Research Synergy Foundation Global Research Ecosystem. So once again, on behalf of the committee of the 12th International Conference on Business, Economy, Management, and Social Studies toward a Sustainable Economy, or 12 BEMSS, it is my great honor to deliver this closing speech. So today we have gathered in this meaningful academic forum that brought together scholars, researchers, practitioners from various countries and also institutions. Although we meet virtually, of course, the spirit of the collaborations and also the knowledge sharing and academic engagement has been truly alive throughout the day. So the conference program began with the welcome address, and then of course there are some informations about the global research ecosystem, and then we continue to the keynote speaker session and then to the academic online presentation session, which is divided into 2 sessions, and then we just finished also the awarding ceremony previously, and of course to finally these closing sessions. So this year's 12 BMSS themes is bridging a local action and also the global impact for a sustainable economy. That is remind us that sustainability is not only a global aspirations, but also a responsibility that begins with a local ideas, a local research, and of course, a local initiatives. So every study or every research presented today carry out the potential values, not only for the academic publications, but also for the real contributions to our society, industry, policy, education, and even to the community development itself. So we have heard the diverse research contributions across several important tracks, including risk management, human resource management, the management science, consumer behavior, international business, and more. So these topics reflect the complexity of today's challenge and also the need for interdisciplinary collaborations to build a more inclusive and sustainable economy. So we also extend our sincere appreciations to our keynote speaker, Dr. Sadam Hazaya from Arab Open University, Saudi Arabia, for sharing valuable insight that enrich our understanding of the ESG transformation and also the value creations in today's global context. And then we also grateful to have our session chair, Dr. Nur Azima binti Ahmad from Management and Science University, Malaysia, and of course, Dr. Mingyu Ho from Liaoning University of International Business and Economics, China, for guiding the academic presentation sessions with professionalism and of course, dedications. And of course, to all of the presenters, thank you so much for your courage, your commitment, and of course, your contributions. Because presenting research in an international forum is not only about sharing your finding, it's about opening dialogue and also receiving feedback, building network, and of course, strengthening the impact of our work. So we hope that the discussion today
will inspire not only for the presenter, but for all of us that is attending this conference to continue refining our research and of course expanding our academic collaborations, and hopefully that it can transform our idea into meaningful impact. So at this moment, we would like also to remind and also to invite all of the participants to stay connected with the Research Synergy Foundations, since Research Synergy Foundations provide a global research ecosystem that encourage the researchers, lecturers, professionals, and even the students, and of course the institutions to collaborate beyond borders. So through the international conferences, the publication opportunities, research networks, and also the academic forums, we believe that every scholars can find a space to grow, contribute, and create a broader impact. So joining this community of the Research Synergy Foundations is also becoming part of the collaborative movement, where local knowledge can meet the global perspective, and also where research can reach the international audiences, and where academic engagement can support sustainable development. So we encourage all the participants to continue your involvement, join our future academic forums, collaborate with fellow researchers, and contribute to the advancement of the knowledge for our society. And of course, the committee can share the screen for a while, because I'm going to share also the important informations, particularly for our upcoming conference, and also feel free to participate not only as the attendants, but also as the presenter that will present your research paper in this forum. So this is the 11 messes. So we are open also the opportunity for the co-hosts or even the co-organizer collaborations in terms of the institutional level. And then not only these 11 messes, but also we have the next slide, please. So we also have the on-site and also the hybrid sessions for our conference with Dongyang University, Busan, Republic of Korea. So we will have this conference in the next July, 8 and 9 July this year. And also we are still open for the submissions to the extended submission deadline for the abstract. And of course, we are calling also for the institutions that are having an interest to have a mobility program and also to have a mutual partnerships in terms of the institutional recognitions with the university in Korea and also beyond, because there will be also an opportunity to have the MOU, the IA, and also the MOA with the, not only with the Dongyang University Korea, but also with all of the co-hosts, which is already registered in this Inobis and also third ICOBEC. And not only presenting our research paper, particularly for the participants who are joining the on-site conference, we have also the mobility program that we are going to visit the Busan Port Authority and also the Korea International Trade Associations, or KITA, so that will open a university industry linkage. So certainly it will bring another value and also another point for your university recognition. Not only that, the president, also the chairman, the founder, and also the chairman of the WURI, World University Ranking for Innovation, one of the emerging ranking that is for the World University classes, Professor Dong Sung Cho, is also will be attending this conference physically in Busan, Republic of Korea. So we are also open. So if you want to join on site, or also that you can join virtually also. And then the next information is for the 7 MESS, is also one of our conference, which is dedicated for the track or for the researchers in the area of the management, education, and the social science. And it will be collaborated with the Shinawatra University, Thailand. So we will have this conference on site in their main campus in Pathum Thani in Thailand. So feel free also that not only presenting our research paper, but also we have the mobility program, the academic setting session, and then the international community service with the local small and medium enterprises. So it's going to be another exciting activity. So we are expanding our international activity forum, not only presenting a paper, and also we are having in terms of the knowledge discussion and transfer learning, but also we can feel the real experience with all the colleagues and also with the industrial. And of course, we can also foster more institutional partnership, not only with the Shinawatra University, but also the co-host and also the co-organizer of this conference of the 12th BEMSS that will happen in the November. So it's quite still a long way to go, but I think if your institutions wants to be part of as the co-host, so feel free that you can contact the committee. So if you want to know more information about this conference. All right, so as we close the 12th BEMSS today, so let us remember that the end of this conference is not the end of our collaboration. So rather it is the beginning of the new academic connections, new research possibilities, and new commitments toward a sustainable economy. So may the knowledge shared today become a foundation for stronger research, better policy, responsible business practice, inclusive educations, and impactful community development. So once again, thank you to our keynote speakers, session chair, presenters, participants, reviewer, for-shares, partners, and of course to the entire organizing committee from Research Synergy Foundation for making this conference a meaningful and also a successful event. So we look forward for welcoming you again in the next International Academic Forum by Research Synergy Foundation. Thank you very much. Stay connected, keep collaborating, and let us continue bridging local action with a global impact. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, and see you again in the next journey. Thank you so much.
All right, so once again, thank you to Ms. Santi Rahmawati for the great teamwork and coordination in supporting this international conference. So finally, we are at the end of the 12th International Conference on Business, Economy, Management, and Social Studies towards Sustainable Economy. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants and attendees, we hope it has been a beneficial and fruitful day for all of you. Thank you for taking the time to joining us on this whole day on the session, from the keynote speaker session, from the session 1 until the session 2 of the academic presentation session. It has been our pleasure to host this virtual conference event. See you again on the next conference. Please take a good rest, stay healthy and safe. Thank you and see you again.
Thank you, everyone. See you. Thank you, Dr. Anna, Dr. Wena.
Thank you. See you next time.
See you next time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Mingyu.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Thank
Thank you so
you.
much. Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Ronald.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.